Good evening, good evening. How is everyone doing? Hey, Kiwi, Mickey, Tuffy. How's it going? Hey, Santolo, Emmy, how's it going? I hope everybody's well today. We'll just chat a little bit while people make their way in, at least those who can make the beginning of the stream. Hopefully I have this all set up. I make no promises about how good this particular PowerPoint is because I was rushing to get it done just now, so it's very likely that there are some issues. IE for projects is 114. Holy crap! I mean, it gets hot where I am, Tuffy, but I mean that's pretty ridiculous. I know you're closer to the coast than I am, so you get that sea breeze that I don't. And Mega is joining us for today. Hello, Mega. So, before we get going on the meat of this evening's class, does anybody have any lingering questions from last week? Hey, Walter, how's it going? Class is just getting started. We're just settling in. I wanted to see if anybody had questions from last time. How you doing, Walter? I will say once again, it's being prescriptive. Is your husband a prescriptivist, Kiwi? Not even a little? Oh, good. Oh, good. So, I will say I am waiting for dinner to be delivered. I had a pretty busy day, so I didn't get a chance to eat early, so you may have to put up me eating on stream. I also, as we did last time, I will be putting the slides afterwards in Discord. So if anybody wants a link to that, you will be able to get them. As long as I share. Yeah, well, you're welcome to come over here, Santolo, and have some. Bins, how's it going? All right. I think we have a reasonable number of people who have worked their way in, so we can probably get started with this. Let's see. All right. Let's just get going. So, as I mentioned last time, we're going to be doing a lot of things in iterations. So, I want to talk about word formation today, but there are certain things that I have to introduce very briefly that are, tangential to it, but necessary to understand it. And in fact, next week we're going to cover word categories, lexical categories, in other words, parts of speech. But I can't really talk about words in general without talking about them. So we'll talk a tiny bit about parts of speech this week, And then we're going to come back at it next week better prepared to understand the way things are actually working. So my goals for today: what's a word? How are they structured? What we call the morphology. Where do new words come from? Hey, Emmy, how's it going? Oh, wait, you were here before. Sorry. Changes in words over time. That I'm not. I had planned to say much more about this tonight, but I probably won't have time for it. We'll see. And also, I want to wrap up by talking a little bit about something practical, which is dictionaries, how we use them, what's involved. Right. And by the way, you're hearing Kai bark because I got typing being delivered, so he's excited. But my daughter will get the food, so I'm just gonna keep plunging. All right, hey Chris, how's it going? And Mrs. Smarty Pants, good to see you here too. So, first question for you all. How many words do you think you know? A few. You feel like a lot? I mean, would you say... maybe that's a very nice, precise number, Bins. 845, 5,000. All of you almost certainly know a lot more than that, but in many ways, it's a dumb question to ask. At least one. Yeah. Like, how exactly do we answer this? Like, we can talk about relative numbers, but we have to define a lot of terms in order to even have any hope of answering that question. And after we define our terms, it's still really difficult to answer. I mean, we can say things like, we can answer questions like, how many entries are there in a particular dictionary, right? Yeah, Mega used 3 in the answer, so at least one is technically accurate, but at least 3. And you clearly knew more than that because you were able to respond to my question, which had more words in it than that. So, I mean, like, you'll go online and you'll see different, like, vocab survey things. Some are better done than others, but don't take any of those numbers particularly seriously. Like, if you hear somebody say, oh, Shakespeare had the vocabulary of like 30,000 words, right? What they're saying, what they mean by that really is they have counted the number of words in Shakespeare, and that's roughly how many he uses in his plays. But it's virtually, it's not just virtually certain, it is certain that Shakespeare knew a lot more words than just the ones that he wrote down, right? We only have a very limited corpus of his writings, and that's not at all what he says, right? The major unabridged dictionaries have hundreds of thousands of entries, of which most of them are very learned technical words, but even that doesn't actually cover, look at, we all check to see if the swear words are there, right? And yeah, they are. So in order to answer it, the first thing we have to ask is, what's a word, right? And that's a problem. What does it count to know a word, right? So, for example, it's going to be hard for me to come up with an example that would work for all of you, but you have probably had the experience of running across a word, and you know you've run across that word before, but you're not exactly sure what it means, right? So, I mean, an example for me, this is an older example, but like there was a time when I kept running across the word louche in various writing. I'll give you a free word of the day for you there. And I kept looking it up and I kept forgetting what it meant, right? So if I were to run across that word now, right, I could tell you what it means. It's basically, disreputable, in a kind of appealing way, like a grotesque. Well, that's a separate issue, right? That's like you can learn a word out of a book without knowing how it's pronounced, right? There's plenty of examples of that. I mean, think about the number of people who first read Harry Potter who didn't know how to pronounce that character's name, right? In fact, if I recall, Rowling even made fun of it in a fourth book about having somebody pronounce it Hermione instead of Hermione. You still say it your own way. My mother actually told me that when she was a little girl, we were talking about the pronunciation of Hermione, and she mentioned that when she was a little girl, she actually was saying that name as Penelope. So I should have gotten this. I saw a very funny tweet on Twitter this morning where the guy was talking about how fun it is to pronounce all the words ending in English ending in CLES the way that you pronounce Heracles. Right, so you get testicles, right? Motorcycles, right? Bicycles, yeah, something. Muscle please, yeah. But yeah. But anyway. Yeah, those obviously, so there's plenty of words that we encounter in writing, if we're literate, that we encounter in writing all the time, that we might know what they mean, but we have no idea how they're conventionally pronounced, right? And so, particularly with, actually, I had a student one time, this was years ago, tell me that she was reading the Peloponnesian War, about the Peloponnesian War by Thucydides. So, hey Mimi, how's it going? So you got lots of those, and Soma, good to see you here too. So, yes. I had a very hard time. In fact, I think I actually feel usually when a student mispronounces something, I sympathize, and so I try to be as nice about it as possible. But that one just caught me so off guard that I just burst out laughing. Looking back on it, that probably was bad, But yeah, it is not pronounced dumbass. That's a great example. I love that one. Yes, Dumas, not dumbass. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those are obviously, like, especially the Greek ones, people don't have a lot of familiarity with, how it works. And so they don't do it. But anyway, we're going on a long digression here. My basic point was, and I'm happy to do that, by the way, but my basic point here was when we're talking about what you know as a word, how much do you have to know? Like, what counts as knowledge? Is it the ability to give a rough definition? Is it just that you recognize it, having seen it? Is it knowing just one meaning of the word or all meanings of the word? You know, like, this is a very Goethe, yes. If you don't know German, definitely. Let's see. And how do you guys pronounce this guy's name? You go for the Dutch pronunciation bits. Van Gogh. Right? Van Gogh is, of course, what most Americans say. And that's a reasonable anglicization. You say it the proper Dutch way. Okay. Fair enough. But you know, words get anglicized, right? And that's a natural process. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You know, like, it's one thing to sort of pronounce it approximately the way it is in the donor language. It's another to try to be super pedantic about it and to say things that are just, like, phonetically not part of native English, right? And Van Gogh is one of them, at least unless you're Scottish. So, yeah, and the other question of how many words you know is, how do we even go about testing it, right? Like, there's no practical way that I can give you an exhaustive test of your vocabulary knowledge. What am I going to do? Start with aardvark in the dictionary and work my way all the way through everything? Yeah, very true. So, you know, so these vocab tests that you'll find, they try to give a reasonable sample of it, of what you're doing. Yep, earth pig, exactly. Another good Dutch borrowing, or actually, I believe that comes not directly from Dutch, but from Afrikaans, right? Which obviously is related. But so anyway, let's start with the basic. We can't really answer how many words you know, but we can start to talk about what is a word. How would you define, or give me your just instinctive guess as to, or you know, just like, what do you think of it when I say word? Like, how would you? I'm not asking for a formal definition, but when you say word, what do you mean? What counts as a word? What doesn't count as a word? A group of sounds that communicate meaning. Okay, so is ing an English word? As in, like, singing, that ing thing? A group of letters. Yeah, okay. So, now, let me ask you one thing. By letters, do you mean sounds? Does it have to be written down to be a word? Specific sounds sharing common meaning among people. Okay. Ing doesn't have any meaning on its own. Oh, but it does. What about un? Like unfriendly. Not the kind you're hoping for. Yeah. In general, I mean, like, writing definitely develops its own particular things, and it's not completely parasitic on speech, but it definitely is secondary to speech, both historically and as a practical matter. I mean, nobody learns to write and read, or, well, nobody who's born with hearing learns to write and read before they learn to speak and just listen to words, picking it up orally. Hey, cool mom. There should be something atomic about a word. That's an interesting point. That's a really good point. Is a word? Awesome. Thank you, thank you. My dinner has arrived on a plate, even. Most excellent child. Yeah, I don't even have to, like, serve myself. It's great. Not eating out of boxes. I got a server, yes. Exactly. I mean, I figure it's kind of the least she can do, given that I pay the rent. But... all right. So, the atomic thing is a really interesting thing, but we have to specify what we mean by that. So let's get a little more precise. So, example sentence here. How many words? How many distinct words would you say there are in this sentence? I told you I'd be working up. I'm not going to give you 100% TLU 2 examples, but I'm going to give you some. At least the ones I could think of. So my question was distinct words, right? And so the question, therefore, is what do I mean by distinct? In one sense, obviously there are 7, but in another sense, there would seem to be fewer, right? So, for example, what do we do with the repetition of slept? Right? Does that, does that count as the same word? Yeah. So I think we can probably all agree, if we're not just counting like tokens, right? I mean, clearly there are 7 separate tokens here. But if we're not just counting distinct tokens, then the 2 instances of slept are the same word, right? Past, same meaning, both past tense. The interesting question is, what do we think of late and later? Is that 1 or 2 words? So, in one sense, yeah. So, in one sense, these are 2 separate words, and the sense in which they're distinct is basically the syntactic one, right? Late and later are 2 different grades, right? Late, great adjectives we talk about being graded, expressing degrees, right? Later is the comparative degree, and they are not interchangeable. You can't put them, you can't swap them. Dina slept later, but Ellie slept late. Right? They don't go in exactly the same context. So, and they have a different meaning to them. So, in the syntactic sense, yes, these are different words. However, dictionaries don't list late and later separately, right? Because later is derived very predictably from late, right? So the way we're going to distinguish this, right, is to look at when we talk about a word, we're talking about the syntactic perspective. In other words, in terms of words, we're going to say that late and later are 2 different words. But if we look at it from a lexical perspective, we could say, because they're, they have the same core meaning and it's just this predictable generated affix, like dictionaries will just have an entrance for late and then they'll give you like -er, -est for the, the derived forms. That's looking at it from a lexical perspective. Those we're going to call... Oh, damn it. I knew I was editing this so quickly and my little transitions are messed up. We're going to call those family. So the syntactic perspective, I'll get to what we call the things in a minute. In the syntactic perspective, what we mean by a word is the smallest freestanding form in a language, right? In other words, it can occur alone in, like you can give a one-word response to an answer, or, to a question, right? If I say, what's your least favorite encounter in The Last of Us Part 2, you might answer restaurant, right? One word answer. Okay. So it can appear in isolation. Or, some words can only appear in isolation in very awkward, unique circumstances, but we still call them words because their position isn't completely fixed within the whoever wrote the dictionary was lazy. Well, it does go to printed things. Let's come back to that. I'm going to talk about dictionaries at the end. Let's come back to that. There's a way in which, like, even in a digital world, it's impossible to list, as we'll see, all the possible variations. You could do it for the predictable ones, but there are plenty that are less so. So compare the, which is a word, to un, which is not a word, right? They each have a meaning. They're both hard to pin down. They're kind of vague meanings, but we don't have to go into the details there. But the position of the in something isn't completely fixed, right? In other words, I can have like the boy, the happy boy, the tall, dark, handsome, happy boy. In other words, the is not purely attached to a noun. It's not in a rigid position within the sentence structure, right? The does include later as an adjective. Okay, fair enough. But un has to be attached to another part, right? It's something, untie, undo, unfriendly, whatever it might be, right? So its position is fixed. So it doesn't exist as a separate element. So that is not a word. Writing, as we mentioned, is secondary. So whether or not the written form happens to have spaces on both sides of it, and we're going to see some examples where this becomes relevant, isn't the primary consideration for, whether we're going to call something a word or not. So when we're looking at it from the lexical thing and considering things like late and later together, the way that dictionaries tend to group them, we're going to call these lexemes, right? So what we mean by a lexeme is a dictionary form of the word. We're using the dictionary in quotes because obviously individual dictionaries might do this. Legumes. Well, we can call them some form of pulse if we want. Some lexemes are going to be invariable. They don't change their form, right? They just sort of exist. Others change their endings. Basically, this is what we call inflection. Walk, walks, walked. Foot, feet, singular, plural. So, present tense, base form, present tense, past tense. Singular, plural. All right? Base grade, comparative grade. These are just examples of inflections that you can get, right? So, walk is the base lexeme to which we add these inflectional endings, right? Same thing, foot, late. Those are the basic lexemes. So if we want to refer to those sort of group of things together, we'll call it a lexeme, not a word, just to keep those things straight. Okay. Someone invite Bonk to this lecture, or Manny maybe. And again, I have, okay, so what you all were, my nice, with all that editing, my nice appear things are not working, but so when you were talking about the smallest unit of separate meaning, the reason why I was having an issue with it is that there are clear, if you look at words, some words at least, there are clearly components of those words that have their own independent meaning. And yet that, you know, they're part of a larger structure, right? Telephone, telegraph, telescope, television. What does that prefix mean? Anybody? Exactly, Bins. Distant, far. So basically a telephone, the phone root means sound. So a telephone is like brings far sound to you. Graph means writing. So telegraph, far writing. Telescope, scope is vision. So far seeing, or you know, scoped, you know, sight, vision, television, the scope and vision, you know, Greek and Latin roots. Vision's thick. Anybody want to? This one's a little harder. Anybody? But anyway, whenever it combines, it sort of predictably adds this meaning of far to things. How about thick? Anyone looking at these words, you want to take a guess at what that root means? So think about the definitions of the words. Yeah. We're kind of into etymology here, and I'll talk about the boundaries between etymology and productive morphology. But pacification, what are you doing if you are pacifying something? You're making it peaceful. If something is significant, you're signifying something, you're making a sign. If something is artificial, you are making it with art. In other words, with human, effort. If something is beneficial, bene means good, right? So something is beneficial makes or does good. In other words, that fic root comes from a Latin root that means to make, right? And it shows up in, yep, exactly. It shows up also in fac. I'm not going to get into all the variant forms, but fac, fec, fic is a sort of regular series of Latin roots. When it comes from French, it turns into fy, fy, which also is used in verbs for to make something, right? If you think about it, you can add the ify to things to mean to make something, right? Pacify, make peaceful, and so on. So these are word parts that have distinct meanings of their own. We call them morphemes. And a morpheme is the smallest unit in meaning in a language, right? This can be smaller than a word because it doesn't have to be free standing. It also doesn't even have to be pronounceable on its own. Consider the S that marks the third person plural, right? That is a bearer of meaning, like more than one. Car versus cars, right? Notice that S at the end, or pronounced Z for car, you you can't pronounce that separately and have it mean more than one. It always gloms on to the end of the previous syllable, right? When we're talking about morphemes, we're talking not just about the appearance, the letters or the sounds. We're not talking just about the meaning. We're talking about the combination of the two together. So the plural noun marker S is not the same morpheme as the S at the end of a third person present tense verb, like walks. He walks. Notice that marks singular present tense, right? It's not a plural marker, right? So those are two different morphemes. Does that make sense? I want to make sure before I go on, I want to make sure that these distinctions are relatively clear. And if anybody is confused, please pipe up and ask. All right. So once we start looking at things in terms of, well, I'm glad you're finding it interesting. I mean, look, frankly, my feeling about the way grammar is traditionally taught is they teach it to you in a way that makes it totally unclear why it's interesting, how this all fits together as an actual structure of a language, things like this. So when we're talking about morphemes, we can start categorizing types of words, right? Some words, we call them simple words, are built around just one morpheme, right? So car is a one morpheme word, simple word. Soup also, right? We will diagram sentences, Sintolo, but not the way you did in school. Not unless you took a linguistics class. Tomato, also one morpheme. Notice morpheme doesn't have to be one syllable. It can be multi-syllables. Okay? Or it can be a complex word. More than one morpheme. Again, more than one morpheme. Yeah, if you diagram sentences in 7th grade, you did a very old-fashioned form of diagramming, almost certainly, called Reed-Kellogg diagramming, where it's like drawn along a line and then things go off at weird angles for it. That was invented towards the end of the 19th century and isn't used after 8th grade, basically. So, you said anti-disestablishmentarianism at age 2? Good for you, Vince. So, okay, so complex just means more than one morpheme. Cars is a complex word because it has more than one. Bree! Hello, hello! What have you been playing, Bree? You've been doing Last of Us Part 2. Hello, lovely Raiders. Lovely Brenda. And if somebody, Tuffy or somebody, can shout out Bree, although I'm sure most everybody here knows her already. How was your stream, Bree? Welcome on in. Already got it. Thank you. Story playthrough. That's awesome. The story is great. We are talking about words and how they're formed. So, well, ask chat how it's going. I think things are going great, but, you know, teachers don't always have the same idea as students. So, as I was saying, cars, even though it's one syllable, counts as a complex word because it has two morphemes, right? It has car and it has the S that marks it as plural. So those are both distinct because they each carry different meanings, right? Unhappy, also complex. This one actually has 3 morphemes. You might think it has 2, right? Un and happy, but the Y actually is a separate morpheme. It's formed from a root called hap for it. And then obviously anti-disestablishmentarianism is clearly a complex word, but we can pull it out into its component parts, right? If you start at the core, right, we have establish. So, if you are to, so, and this is, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this word, this is there's some argument as to whether it was ever really authentically used, but it's mostly used as an example of a very long word. So the idea is it's about the English church and the time after the Reformation, and some people wanted to have an established church, and some people wanted to get rid of that. So the people who wanted to get rid of the church, so those who were in favor of disestablishment of the church are disestablishmentarians, right? The Arian is people who want to do this thing, right? And then those who are against disestablishing the church are anti-disestablishmentarians, and the general philosophy of being against the disestablishment of the church is anti-disestablishmentarianism, right? So that's the right attitude, Bins. Anti-organized religion at 2. Or actually, no. Yeah, you were pro. The anti-disestablishmentarians wanted to keep the established church, so they were pro. But too many negatives are hard to process, right? Okay. How are complex words structured? At the core of every word is a root. I mean, to be fair, that word, like I said, it's normally just trotted out as, oh, look at this super long word. Nobody ever puts it into context for you. So at the core of every word is a root. And we're going to say, even when the root can't stand on its own, and it has a part of speech, and the basic ones that are used in word formation, we're going to talk about parts of speech next week in detail, but basics: noun, verb, adjective, preposition, right? Those are the ones that you really see in word formation. So noun, I'm going to give you super simple definitions right now. We're going to come back and show you why those super simple definitions are actually kind of crap, but I'm going to stick more or less with what you learned in 5th or 6th grade about these. So a noun, a person, place, or thing, right? That's its core sort of thing. In other words, it represents physical, tangible things in the world, or, concepts. Verbs describe actions or states of being. Adjectives describe qualities of nouns. Prepositions give you directions. There's a little 6th grade mnemonic that, elementary school teachers often use. It's just saying that a preposition is everything that an airplane can do with a cloud. Right, you can go around it, over it, under it, through it, all of those kinds of things. You got it, Emmy. Now, attached to the roots are things that we call affixes. Right? These don't have their own separate parts of speech, although they can make the resulting, that one of their affixes sometimes have vaguer meanings than roots, but they do have meanings. And one of the main functions of affixes, and in English especially the ones that come at the end, the suffixes, is to tell you what part of speech it is, right? So notice, for this example, sell plus the ER affix means a person who does this job, right? A squirrel can do to a tree. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure everybody has their own variations. The airplane is the one that I heard. So, that tree is so cute. Squirrels can be brutal on trees, I suppose. So anyway, we combine the verb sell with ER, and we get one who sells. Right, so the ER there is an example of an affix. Now, the affixes don't have to be added on just to the core root. They can be added on to forms that themselves have an affix already attached. So when we want to talk about the thing to which you attach an affix, we're going to call that a base. So the base can itself be complex. It doesn't have to be simple. So we start with transform. Notice trans, that's prefix meaning across, tacked onto form, right? And then onto that, we add the noun forming suffix ation, right? So transformation. So we got 3 morphemes in there, and they're sort of layered onto each other, one after the other, right? So the base might be a simple root, or it might be a more complex form. It can be either one. Okay. POS, yeah, not point of sale, part of speech. I'm using that for convenience. Linguists actually don't like the term part of speech very much for reasons that I'll explain next time, and tend to use the term lexical category, but that just is longer to write out. So poly on speech or piece of shit, take your choice. All right, so what kinds of affixes do we have here? What's the difference between a suffix and affix? I'm getting there. Excellent question, Tuffy. I'm about to answer you. Okay. Some affixes go at the beginning of words. We call them prefixes. Unhappy, disinterested, transmit, right? Yeah, that's exactly right. Suffixes go at the end. Finding the plural S, the ER for clicker, right? Notice I told you, that ER, one who does this. What's a clicker? A clicker is one who clicks, right? I suppose a bloater is one who bloats, but, it's the same basic. Yeah, right. The affix is the umbrella term for the others. That's right. And the third logical possibility is an infix. And I promised you guys I would talk about this today, so we're going to do a brief digression into infixes, even though it's a very minor part of English morphology. Some languages use it productively. Like, I don't know, anybody here speak Tagalog? Mm-hmm. Your mother, Mickey. So Tagalog uses, don't ask me much about it because I know almost nothing about Tagalog, except I do know that it uses infixation the same way that we might use suffixing or prefixing. In other words, they deliberately stick stuff in the middle of words. So in English, infixing is the insertion of one thing, right? Like we don't, in English, we don't insert just for ordinary roots into it, right? It's a very restricted, limited thing, and you can see like abso-bloomingly, right? Dick Van Dyke from Mary Poppins, fan-fucking-tastic, which we all know. We've inserted one word into another, right? Po solemn out. So where does the po go there, Mickey? Probably. Where into the word? You just insert it into the middle of the word? It goes at the end. So that would be a suffix, right? I had some examples in the notes that I was looking at for this, but since I don't know any Tagalog, I figured I would not pretend, to it. So, so basically, what's happening here, and the reason why we call it infixing, is this is being inserted into the middle of a root. Right? Absolute, solute, right? We're not tacking it on to the end. So in other words, it's different from prudishness, from that. So ish there. So we start with prude, then we add prudish, and then we add ness, right? So that's built up in layers. It's not inserted into the middle of it. It is... it's a etymological change. I believe it's suffix, where the B gets assimilated. In other words, it's attached beneath or under, at the end. All right. Give you a minute to assimilate that XKCD cartoon. Yep. So, where do you want to stick? Where do you want to stick it in these words? California. Okay? Mm-hmm. Absolutely, Minnesota, Alabama, California, basket fucking ball. Okay. Fucking Alabama. Notice that, except for Tuffy, who's being deliberately departing from the norm, that even though, with the possible exception of absolutely, I would guess that probably none of you have ever heard anybody actually use fucking insertion with any of these other words. Am I right? Basketball fucking ball sounds a little odd. You want a even weirder one? What about this last one? You've heard California? Okay. Base fucking ball. That sounds kind of weird. That sounds weird, doesn't it? Yeah. In other words, you can't just stick it in wherever you want, right? There are some limitations. There are some implicit rules that we are all following here, which tell us that some of these are perfectly well formed, even though you've never heard anybody say most of them, maybe just two, right? But so let me give you, I'm giving you a series of examples. Tell me which of these you like and which of these you don't like. Yeah, they are compound words, but there's more to it than that. Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, look, the point is, I wanted to show you, like, there's a bunch of places, like, we're very limited as to where we can stick it in. There are only a limited number of positions that are suitable. So if we can generalize from what we're seeing here, in the left column, notice fucking-tick doesn't work, right? We can't stick it in there, you know, I mean, I didn't give you all possible alternatives. Fucking-astic also doesn't work, right? Fucking-tastic works great, okay? So what's going on there? Well, the biggest, most obvious thing is, first of all, we've got a polysyllabic word, right? And we've got a stressed syllable immediately before the insertion. Tastic, right? Notice fantastic fucking tick. We don't have, we just have one unstressed syllable at the end, right? It doesn't work. So it needs to go in front of a stressed syllable. It doesn't have to be the most stressed syllable. Unfucking believable works just fine. There's a bit of disagreement in the literature as to why that works, but one line of thinking, there's some complicated stuff that I won't get into, but one line of thinking is it's related to the fact that you can say fucking fantastic. Notice, fantastic fucking is something entirely different, right? Totally changes the meaning. Unbefucking leavable, people have different opinions on. I find it acceptable, right? And notice, again, leavable, stress immediately before a stress syllable. It works, right? Unfucking believable, some people think it works because of the fact that believable is itself a freestanding word, and so just as fucking fantastic works, fucking believable works. And so putting the un in there doesn't change what's going on there. Okay. But the others don't work because of these prosodic constraints, basically. So you can only stick it in when the next syllable is stressed and you have, the other things. So that's why, not everybody was sold on basketball, but ball is a stressed word there, right? So basket fucking ball works, kind of, right? Maybe, but baseball, notice base is the part of that word that takes the stress, not ball. So base fucking ball sounds weird, right? Now, cursing or euphemisms for cursing are the main way to do it, and this is the general thing. But there are some interesting, relatively recent developments in this that I thought I would mention before we return to our regularly scheduled programming. And the first is a Simpsons reference. And this is related but not quite the same as curse infixation, and this is what Ned Flanders does on the Simpsons, right? Well diddly elcum, scrum diddly umptious, right? Mer diddly erder. Now, take a look at these forms and tell me if you can see what's different about the way that this diddly insertion works from the way that fucking insertion works. Precisely so, Kiwi. Notice, if you get rid of the diddly, you'll see that there is a duplication of the syllable. Well elcum, scrum umptious, mer erder, right? So, and that is prosodically necessary, right? Because if you didn't do that, you get well diddly cum, or in other words, it would violate the same rule that we just derived for fantastic or unbelievable. In other words, it's not a so we get around that by repeating the syllable. I love the fact that Ned Flanders, the ultimate holy guy here, has his sanitized version of curse infixation, right? Which is its own thing. So now, here's another one that will probably sound really bizarre to you, but it's been attested recently among the Utes. These are authentic examples culled from Twitter. What's your judgment of these? Good question, Tuffy. Does it, does it, can you stick anything in there? Probably. Well, fucking outcome. Well, I mean, it probably needs to be polysyllabic. Well, damn Elcom doesn't sound right to me. Well, damn it, Elcom, maybe. Yes, Kiwi, that was a My Cousin Vinny reference. I do like that movie a lot. It's the Utes. What's a Ute? Yeah, you got it. The two U's. So like has been used and is growing in popularity in what linguists call quotative like. And this is, so she's like, no way, man. Things like that. And it seems that some younger kids, especially younger women or girls really, since we're talking about teenagers, are who as we might or might not talk about at some point, tend to be one of the main drivers of linguistic change over time, are using this more and more often. You know, like they've taken the quotative like, and they're now using it for infixation. Like for like ever, that might sound okay, but one reason why it sounds okay is for and ever, even though forever is one word, for and ever definitely have this sort of existence as separate words. And in fact, in the 19th century, they were often spelled as two separate words. So, how very, yes. I probably use like a lot too. Okay. That was a lengthy digression into infixes. They don't play a large role in English grammar, but they are fun. So I thought we'd talk about them. Okay, types of morphemes. So one way of dividing up morphemes is between the free morphemes. These are ones that can exist as independent words, even if they might be in a larger complex construction. So dog is a free morpheme, even if it's in a larger word like doghouse or, you know, dogged or whatever it might be. Leash is a free morpheme because it can exist as a word, even if it's in a word like unleashed, something like that. And then you have bound morphemes. So these are morphemes that cannot stand alone as now it is free, yes. Bound morphemes can't stand on their own. They need to be attached to something else. So affixes are always bound morphemes. Some roots of words are free, some are bound. So dur, like endure, durable, you know, that root doesn't exist. Kempt, right? Unkempt is a word, but kempt is not. Right? Etymologically, sometimes a root might historically have been a word, but it sort of disappears from common usage, you know, that way. And so you have that. Empt, like preempt, exempt, things like that. Okay. Kempt is not a standard word. Now, people jokingly use it as a back formation. It comes historically as a sort of reduction and alteration of combed. So if you're unkempt, you're literally uncombed. Right? But yeah, people mostly use it these days. They use kempt as a joking opposite by taking it off. Same thing with ept, right? Instead of saying, you know, like inept, ept. Mit is a a Latin root that basically means send. We'll talk about it a little more, a bit brev, like brevity, you know, things like that. So these are all examples of roots that can't stand on their own. They're bound morphemes. Now, one thing, remember, when we're talking about morphemes, we can't just look at the written form. We have to think about the sounds as well. One of the things that we see, take a look at what we've been calling plural S. How is that pronounced in those three examples? Yes, we're in an amment zone now. So you say, Tuffy, you say cats? You say Z for cats? Yep. S does sound like S. Z for the first one, S for the second one, Uz for the third one, right? Except it does, yeah. It's very hard. Notice how hard it is to say cats. It's not an accent thing. Cats and dogs, I bet you don't. Make a recording of yourself. Hey, Davey, how's it going? Make a recording of yourself. Or actually, here's a way you can tell right away. If you put your finger right here on your throat, near your vocal folds, you can feel when they're vibrating and when they're silent, right? So, for example, compare the beginning of a word when you say pot and bought, right? You want to, what you're trying to feel is when the vibration starts. Pot, bought. What you should notice is the onset of that vibration is much later with pot than it is with a bought. With a bought, you should be starting the vibration even before you open your lips, right? That's what we call a voiced consonant. With the P sound, that's what's called an unvoiced consonant, because you release your lips before you start the voicing, right? So now, if you try it with dogs, the G sound is G, you should feel the vibration, it's voiced, and the Z is also voiced, it's consistent, right? Cat, T is unvoiced. Notice, by the time you hit the T, the vibration has stopped, and it stays stopped. Cats, right? You should not feel the vibration for it. And that's exactly right, Bins. The G is in cahoots with Z. This variation, so what we have is three forms of this plural pronoun. The question is it three different morphemes? And the answer is no. We consider it to be one morpheme. And the reason why we consider it to be one morpheme is it's three variations of the same form, and we can predict which variant will appear by the surrounding context. In other words, if there is a voiced sound immediately, like a voiced stop, or is immediately before the plural marker, we voice the plural marker. If it's an unvoiced sound, then we devoice the plural marker. So Z for G or B or D, right? Or vowels. T, K, P, right, are going to be unvoiced sounds. right, followed by an S. And then S itself, right, instead of saying horse, right, we add a schwa, an unstressed vowel in between and do the Z because the schwa itself is a vowel. So horses. So these predictable variations are what we call allomorphy. These are other shapes. The morph root means shape, allo, other. So, so these are variant shapes that all go back to the same basic morpheme. So the morpheme is sort of the core abstract group, and the allomorphs are the specific variant forms that appear, right? So good question, Santolo. Those plurals those are borrowed plurals, right? From, so the us, e ending is borrowed from Latin. Some people object to using it for octopus because octopus is actually a Greek word, although we did borrow it through the intermediary of Latin. But there's a few old pedants who suggest that what we ought to say is not octopi or octopuses, but octopodes. I don't recommend that. The S in dogs vibrates the same. You say dogs? Rapadia. Yeah. Hey, so how's it going? You moved the O. Yeah. Octopodians. I've never heard that one, but I mean, my opinion is if you want to say octopuses, you should say octopuses, because once a word is borrowed into English, it's perfectly fine to use the English plural forming resources that the language provides, right? You are not bound to inflect the way the donor language did for all time. Now, another instance of octopuses, because it sounds cooler. Yeah, whatever floats your boat, right? Here's another example of allomorphy, and that is the prefix con, which means with. Now, this changes form depending on the next letter that comes after it. For a lot of letters, it stays as the N, but in front of M, P, and B, the N changes to an M. And this might sound like a totally arbitrary thing, but if you try pronouncing it, you'll see that it's a very natural change in the articulation, right? So, con-mit, notice how you have to change the place in your mouth where you are pronouncing these things, right? Whereas commit, the M's stay in the same place. Same thing with complacent. The M and the P and the B are all what we call labial constants. And in other words, labial, they're produced on the lips, right? M, B, P, right? All produced by pursing your lips. So what's happening, N, notice if you feel where your tongue touches for N, it's touching on that ridge behind your teeth. That's called the alveolar ridge. And so this is called an alveolar consonant. So what's happening is essentially we are anticipating where the next sound is going to be produced, and we move ahead to it. So commit, complacent, right? But it's still the same prefix, with. Right, to commit to something is to go with it, send with it. If you're complacent, you're peaceful with it. I mean, the etymologies are correct. You're going with the right thing. That's R is a different one. With R, the N disappears altogether. L does the same thing. In spelling, we double it. redouble the spelling. Collect, same idea for it. The other sort of flip side of this, where you can have multiple shapes to one morpheme, you can have the same shape represent different morphemes. In other words, just because you have a string of letters that are pronounced the same doesn't mean that you have the same morpheme, right? So consider, for example, ped meaning child versus ped meaning foot. So pediatrician, pedagogy, those both come from the words meaning child, right? And by the way, Bins, this is not bizarre. This bizarreness is not unique to English. I mean, English has borrowed a lot of words from other languages to an extensive degree, but all of these processes that we're talking about, you can find in any language in the world. These are general, universal, or near universal linguistic processes. Right? They're hard to learn for any language, right? But we learn them intuitively when we learn it as kids. So pedal, pedestrian. Obviously, pedestrian is somebody who travels on foot. Pedal, right? You're using your feet to push something. So, because these meanings are totally different, right? We say that they are, different morphemes, but not the same thing. Same thing with the prefix in. The prefix in can either mean not, or it can mean into. So if you're indifferent, you're not different, and it's that you don't care. An influx is a flux or flow into something, right? Immense, that mens means measurable, measure. So something that's immense is immeasurable, right? And notice, by the way, you have the same variation with n that we saw with con. You saw the same allomorphy that happens with in as well, right? N changes to m in front of m. Immigrant is somebody who migrates into a region, right? Something that's illegal, not legal, but illuminate is light into a place. Irresponsible, not responsible. Irradiate, radiation into a place, right? We can definitely have a talk. I think we need to be broader than that, Bins, in terms of what we talk about, but we can definitely talk about usage peeves. Although for could care less, we definitely have to get a significant chunk of grammar under our belts before we can say much about it. There's no T in across, fair. But some people add it. Adding an extra sound to a word is called epenthesis. And it definitely is a common thing. There are words, for an example that people do all the time without thinking about it, think about a whole nother situation. Right? Trying not to care but not doing a good job. Yeah, you're allowed to have a pet peeve about the various things, Kiwi. Just realize that it's a pet peeve, and you probably have your own speech features that irritate other people. So approach with humility. That's my only message. Good question. Arbitrary fact of usage, Bins. Arbitrary fact of usage. I would want to look it up. Right, but yep, car needs washed. Yes, people who are not from Western Pennsylvania and surrounding areas will look askance at you for that one. But if you're from that area, you may not even realize that it's non-standard. So let me ask, what do you think inflammable means? While you mull that over, I'm going to grab another beer. Yes, Mega. Malaysian and Singaporean English uses on and off as verbs. Teacher's back. Behave again. So it was always inflammable. So, in fact, the Latin root inflammatus means enflamed. You know, like full of flame. The problem is, and in English, so traditionally, the word was borrowed in to mean capable of burning, right? However, there was a problem with this in that a lot of people look at that word and assume that it means not flammable, right? There is no unflammable, doesn't exist. And essentially, consensus usage by people was that inflammable meant not able to catch on fire. And the issue that they had with this back maybe in the 70s and 80s was that they would put on garment tags or, you know, on the side of a gasoline tanker, you know, inflammable liquid, you know, something like that. And people would think it meant not able, you know, like to catch on fire. And so basically they made a decision, we're just going to start calling these things flammable. So etymologically, like inflammation, yes, perfectly. Yeah, except nobody uses unflammable, right? All right. Back to affixes. There's two main types of affixes. We've already sort of talked about this, but just to review, we've got inflectional affixes and we've got derivational affixes. The difference is basically inflectional affixes are, well, derivational affixes create new words or new lexemes. Inflectional affixes, you know, give you grammatical information in the context of the specific sentence. Right? So inflectional categories are related to syntax, right? So nouns usually inflect for numbers, singular, plural, right? We do that with the suffix. Verbs usually inflect for tense, present, past, right? Usually, again, with a suffix. Adjectives often, but not always, inflect for grade, you know, comparative, the the est forms. Those are the things we mean by inflection. Everything else is derivation. Derivation creates new lexemes. So I talked about the example of ER, adding ER already, right? You form a new word by sticking onto the base. Once you form a new word, it can develop its own separate meaning, right? It doesn't have to be transparently related to the root form anymore, right? So consider the difference between canny and uncanny, right? On the surface, it might not they might seem pretty far apart, right? Because we use uncanny for the occult, and the origin is the idea of canny. It's related to the word ken or knowledge, right? So if you're canny, you're knowledgeable. So something that's uncanny is something that's unknown and therefore spooky, whatever, right? New and news. Obviously, news is quite distinct now from new, even though originally the idea behind it is pretty clearly new stuff, right? Graceful is not the opposite of disgraceful anymore, right? Custom, spectacles, sweater. I hope each of those is clear how the derived form takes on its own independent life. Hoodies. Well, hoodie is a narrower category than sweater now, isn't it? Or jumper, for that matter. So, to show you a little bit, just to make sure everyone's clear on the difference between inflection and derivation, I pulled this example out of the Cambridge Grammar of the English language. So, reading across from left to right are instances of inflection, right? So simple, simpler, simplest. So we have the plain form, the comparative form, and the superlative form of those three, right? Simpleton, now notice we've added a derivational affix to it, right? Simpleton is a person who is simple. So we have a new word by it. And then, having formed that new lexeme, we can then add inflectional endings to it that are appropriate for nouns. So we can make it plural, simpletons, singular possessive, plural possessive, right? Across the board. Same thing, simplify, to make simple, right? So we've added the ify ending there to mean make, and again, new lexeme, right? So reading down is derivation, reading across is inflection. Any questions about the difference between those two? All right. Is there a consistent meaning? Right, is this the same morpheme or is it coincidence? Remember, I was talking about when do we decide if something's the same morpheme or not? So let's look at some examples here, starting with car. Right, so we have this morpheme, this root, the sequence of letters car shows up in all these different words. Do you think these are all one morpheme? And why no, Benz? Or anybody else who wants to jump in. They're not all in affix positions. True, but like car, care, carrot, like ignore the... If we just go by position, we've got car, care, carrot, carpet, cargo all start with Centolo. Yes, exactly. The meaning's changed. Ben's right. The meaning's changed. Car and care, totally different things. Same thing with carrot, right? And vicar, and carpet, and cargo. Now notice, discard and placard are not related to car, but they are related to each other, right? They've got card there as the root, and that in fact is not a coincidence, right? Discard is literally to throw away a card, so both of those have the card root in there. Your horse would eat all these things. Fair. Your horse would eat a vicar? poor vicar. Well, you'll have to find a vicar and see if Ron nibbles on him. Okay. Give you a slightly more complicated example here. Gonna look at the root mit, which means to send. And we have the first set are all, I'm just telling you, they're all related to each other. Admit, submit, remit, omit, transmit, right? If you admit, you send in or towards, you submit, you send underneath, you remit, you send back, omit, send out, transmit, send across, right? So the question is vomit is vomit related? I mean, it is a kind of sending. There's a kind of motion there. So should we consider this the same morpheme? Now, it sort of would make sense if that was the case. But then the question is, what's the vo prefix there? That looks like nothing that we've seen. Oh, God, send it? No. Now, because I like to trick you. So, here's the thing. One thing that is characteristic of all the words that have this mit root in it is that they have an allomorphic form. The T changes to an S when you add on the ION noun ending. So admit, admission, submit, submission, remit, remission, omit, omission, transmit, transmission. See the problem here? Do we talk about vomission? I suppose now we're going to, right? I amn't going to tell you about the vomission I had last night. You got it, Kiwi. So you see the problem here, right? Even though maybe there's some, you can find some logical connection to the idea, the abstract idea of sending. This vomit does not behave like the other ones that have mit in it, right? Not only is vo not a separate prefix in Latin, and these are all Latin-derived verbs, but it doesn't have this allomorph that all the others do, right? So am I, Kiwi. So am I. So for that reason, no, it's not the same allomorph. And if you look up the etymology of vomit, you'll see it just goes back to just a straight up Latin word. It's not broken down into the send part. Okay. Now, there's some things that aren't quite morphemes, or, well, they're morphemes, but they're different class from things we're talking about. One of them is clitics. I know what you're all thinking. Clitics are short, unstressed forms pronounced with another element as if they were a single word. Right? I'm for some reason thinking about the there's a slam poem called the Impotence of Proofreading. By Taylor Mawley. Be unchill, class. That's okay. You're allowed to giggle. This is the official term. But the things we're talking about with clitics are, clitic is the general term, just like affix is the general term, and we have suffixes and prefixes. An enclitic is a form that attaches to the end of a word. So in the contracted form, I'm, she's, we've, the z, and v are clitics. These are not bound morphemes, right? They're expressed as a contraction. In this, they are. No worries. Hey, if you guys weren't laughing, you know, like if you're all deadly serious, you'd probably be falling asleep. So, yeah, you know, contractions, yes. Now, the thing about these, the reason why we don't call these affixes is that they're not actually creating a new word, right? They are their own word with their own separate meaning, and they attach to the end of things, and they don't always attach to the end of the same things either. Sometimes they can attach to phrases, stuff like that. We'll talk more about that probably next time. They can also attach to the beginning, although that's not common in contemporary English. Right, tis, it is. It's attached to the beginning. French does this a lot more. Je t'aime, right? The T, you, meaning you, is the y'all. Actually, good. Y'all is a good example, right? Where the you is proclitic to the all, right? Or the all is enclitic to the you. Take your choice, right? And then there's some other processes that we have to distinguish. One that's traditionally called ablaut. The fancy Greek-derived term is apophony. This is where you change the vowel to make a grammatical distinction. So the so-called irregular verbs in English are a prime example of this. Drink, drank, drunk. Sink, sank, sunk. Teach, taught. Run, ran, run, all of those irregular verb forms. Dive, dove. Now, actually, let me ask you, what's the third form you all say after have? I dive, yesterday I dove, I have... Ping, band tuffy. Dived, divin, doven, right? I mean, like if we follow on the analogy of like strive, strove, striven, right? But in fact, you have been diving before, yeah. You avoid the word. I used to dive. I have my rescue diver's license or certification and have for ages, but I had to give it up few years back because of my ears. But but most people probably say have dived. And in fact, historically, dive is actually a regular verb. This is most verbs historically go from these irregular patterns to more regular ones. So, for example, in Chaucer's English, help is a strong verb, is an irregular verb. So you have help, holp, holpen, which survives in very dialectal, like Appalachian English, pretty late. But holpen is backwards keyboards. So, I'm glad you're feeling better, Davey. I'm really glad. I'm sorry that you were feeling bad earlier. So this is called ablaut, right? We're changing these vowel changes are similar to, they're parallel, at least in a syntactic sense, to the suffixes because they mark grammatical changes, right? However, this is not infixation, right? The reason why we don't say it's infixation is there's no root without any of the vowels that we then insert something else into. There's no separate word, drink, right, for drink. So, well, good to hear it. So not infixation, right? Just an old process. In fact, these sets of vowel changes go all the way back into the prehistory of language. They go all the way back to Indo-European alternations. So, and the other thing that's different, that's worth talking about briefly at least, is what we call suppletion. Suppletion is basically, instead of having a consistent, like you might wonder, why is it I am, you are, but I was, you were, right? Like, how do you get from am and are to was and were? Those seem like totally different things. And in fact, they are totally different things. Historically, what is now a single paradigm for the verb to be in English is actually comes from three totally separate verbs falling together into one paradigm. Enough drink, drank, drunks. Yes. Well, I don't know how far I'll get along that line tonight, but okay. Let's talk a little bit about word formation. One thing to keep in mind is that one concept that we need to keep in mind is the idea of an established word versus potential words, right? Yeah, bishopric. So I'll explain in a minute. I had to use this one for a reason that will become clear, even if not everybody knows that word. So established words are basically what you think we mean by that. In other words, they're words that you can find in the dictionary, or at least that people use all the time. They have currency in the larger speech community. So, ratification, bishopric, kingdom. A bishopric is an area over which a bishop has authority. The Rick, you guys have never seen bishopric? Okay, I guess I've spent too much time studying the Middle Ages. The Rick ending there is cognate with German Reich, and in Old English it literally means like area of rule. The area over which someone rules. So, would you say bishopdom? Right. So now kingdom. So here's the thing. It's like Rick in Old English. Well, okay. I'll come back to bishopric. You guys are, yeah, Reich, German. Exactly, Davey. Right. It's they come from the same source. So when we're talking about potential words, we're talking about words that maybe nobody has ever said ever. Like, I'm pretty sure, until I wrote this down, nobody in the world has ever said Jacksonification. I didn't do a Google search to check, but so maybe somebody can prove me wrong. But the reason why we say this is a potential word is that it is formed out of what we call productive morphemes, right? Things that are actively used to create new words, all the time, right? So if I want to talk about a situation in the Last of Us 2 universe where people are trying to create sort of safe communities like the one in Jackson, you could call this the Jacksonification of an area, right? Or if you want to talk about the area controlled by the Seraphites, you could say that's their Seraphitedom, right? But it's no longer possible to say that that's their Seraphite Rick, right? And the difference is that Rick is no longer a productive morpheme for creating new words in English. It survives in bishopric. If you've never run across that word, no, but the reason nobody says bishop dumb is because we do have a pre-existing word that covers that. So even if you personally didn't know it, that word is out there. So, you might coin bishopdom. It makes a certain amount of sense, but it's just duplicating something that's already established, right? There are. Interesting. How many of them, I wonder, are talking about, like, Andrew Jackson? Yep. I mean, bishopric is definitely part of the learned vocabulary, not in everyday use, but it's definitely not an archaic word. Michael Jackson, Peter Jackson. Makes sense, Tuffy. Okay, so when we're talking about creating words, we do want to distinguish between productive creation and etymological creation. So a suffix like the able is completely productive, right? It's used all the time, every day, in creating new words, right? It's capable of being revenged. It's revengeable, right? Another word, somebody probably has said it somewhere before. I don't want to go out on a limb anymore like I did with Jacksonification, but revengeable is probably not a particularly common word, right? I doubt it's in any dictionary, but you immediately know what I mean, right? Because it's, just productively done. Now, another way of doing this is compounding, and I'm going to get to compounding in a little more detail in a second. But bedroom, greenhouse, these are compounds, right? This is another very productive way that we create things. But once you get into compounding, right, you start to, have that issue that I mentioned before of getting the words start to depart from the from their origin for it. So and it's interesting, by the way, that you mentioned the Davey, that you mentioned the Swedish thing, because in fact, it's not Swedish in origin, it's Old English, but the roots are much more obvious in Old Norse. Take it back, it goes to Old Norse, not Old English. Anyway, it comes ultimately from a similar source, from Swedish, so it's not all that surprising that you get that. So notice with something like bedroom, I mean, that's a pretty transparent compound. All right, obviously, it's a room where you have a bed, right? A room where you sleep. Greenhouse, that's still made from two words that are incredibly common and, in active everyday use. But notice that it's developed its own specialized meaning there, right? So you don't have... Swedish didn't borrow that from anything, I would bet, because husband goes back to Old Norse. And Old Norse and Swedish are both North Germanic languages. But anyway, yeah, the ombudsman, sure. The guy in charge of, the making sure, like, basically the university, the old-fashioned university HR guy, right, is an ombudsman. So, like, investigates complaints about, the way people are doing things. So, but yeah, that's another Old Norse. I was just checking. I didn't know the etymology of it, but ombudsman is in fact another Old Norse word. So think about, greenhouse obviously is not a house that is green, right? It has its own, it's a house where green things grow, right? So it's a little more distant from its transparent roots. Okay. Yeah, exactly. The ombudsman investigates maladministration, basically. In the U.S., you mostly see them at universities. That's the biggest place where you'll have them. Although I know they have like governmental roles in a lot of places. Mm-hmm. So think about a compound like cupboard, right? First of all, notice the pronunciation has totally changed, right? A cupboard might originally have been a board for cups, but it's gone both in pronunciation and meaning. It's become lexicalized, in other words. In other words, it's no longer something that speakers normally think of as composed of two separate words. It's just a single thing, right? Breakfast, blackmail, same kind of thing, right? We don't think about breaking your fast except when we really stop to look at the word. Same thing with blackmail. Like, in what sense is the mail black? It's not clear. Yeah, exactly, Centillo. Now, with etymology, you guys were jumping ahead of me, talking about husband comes, it's into English from Old Norse. It's part of that group of words that come from, the Danish settlement in the Danelaw after the Vikings, do all their attacks and settle down in the north of England. But it's not exactly the sort of thing that's immediately obvious as to what, what it is, right? But the hus part means house, right? And the bond part is like the person who, occupies the soil, or, like to cultivate the soil or something like that. So the house farmer, the house tiller, or something like that. And it's, but you have to look up the etymology for that. Same thing with a word like gossip, which comes ultimately from God and sib, which is the same root that gives us sibling. So the original meaning of gossip, or godsib, was literally a godparent. The person who stands there at the baptismal font and agrees to raise you up as a good Christian, right? Sometime in Middle English, the word started changing meaning, and first it started to be applied to the female assistants of a midwife, who would help with the labor. And after a time, it changed again to refer to a good friend. You can read in like early modern English plays and stuff, female characters will be talking about their gossip, and what they mean is their good friend, right? So, and then it comes to mean sort of the activity in which these people engage in gossiping, and then of course it takes on the negative connotation because the English language, along with English society, tends to be pretty sexist, and female activities tend to get slammed. Well, I mean, we're stuck with the language we have, right? The history might be ugly. There's really not much you can do with it. And at the end of the day, it's an arbitrary thing. Now, if you're using gossip purely in a gender-specific way to refer to female activity, then I would definitely suggest you think hard about how you use it, right? On the other hand, if you can reappropriate the word in a more neutral sense, then lovely. High tea. Okay, perfect. Okay. Some different common types of word formation. I've talked about a few of these already, but inheritance is where we get the vast majority of our words, right? Most of the words we learn have been in the language for a substantial period of time, some of them for an incredibly long time, right? Also, derivation, which we've also talked about, is super common. You can borrow words from other languages. Conversion, which I'll talk about in a minute, changing parts of speech, and creating compounds. These are the main types of processes for new words. There are some minor ones, and we'll talk about those too. But, yeah, Binge, isn't high tea in Britain basically an early dinner for kids? Americans always assume it's some fancy thing, but afternoon tea is the fancy thing. Yeah, I knew high tea was like not the shit that Americans tend to assume. High makes you think, oh, so posh. So, inheritance. This is where high table, yep, farms, makes sense. So when we talk about inherited words, right, one convenient way to think about our linguistic inheritance is how common the words are in daily life, right? Because you can think of it in terms of like a core set of English and then expanding circles of English that are, not necessarily shared by everyone, right? If we look at the common inheritance of English, top 1,000 most commonly used words, 83% go all the way straight back to Old English, right? And then beyond there, into the mists of time. So the primary, stuff we use every day is overwhelmingly English. You've got 11% French, tiny bit of Latin and Norse and other stuff here. So we'll be disappointed to know that the study this comes from does not break out Greek as a separate category. It's lumped in with other. If we expand things out to the top 10,000 words, the percentage of purely English words drops a lot. You'll see all of a sudden we have a lot more French borrowings and a fair bit of Latin here, right? Well, that's because the reason why it's so low is because 10,000 words is actually not a lot. That we're still within the realm of very frequently used stuff. We haven't spread out to the realm of academic vocabulary, for it. So, 16% Latin in the top 1,000 words is still actually a pretty substantial amount of borrowing, right? But this sort of thing, when you look at it as, like, if you look at the top 10,000, you might be like, oh my God, how English is English, right? There's so much French in there. But if you think about it in terms of, layers of core thing, you can see that the rootstock and definitely the syntactic features of the language definitely are Germanic and not Latinate, right? So now we borrow a lot of words. I didn't really have time to develop this in detail. If you guys are really interested, I'll do a totally separate course on the history of the English language, or we can go into this in detail. But borrowing occurs in layers, right, through time, and we borrow a word in the shape that it is in that language at that time, and then it will preserve certain features in that language, from when it was borrowed, and then it will start to change along with every other word in the English language. So untangling the etymologies of a lot of these things. Palaver is also Irish. I'm pretty sure palaver comes from Irish. So it's probably Scots-Irish immigrants who gave you that word, bins. So early Old English, the Anglo-Saxons more or less kicked out the native Brythonic inhabitants. There's actually surprisingly little in the way of direct evidence for a lot of borrowing from the Celtic languages. There's a handful of words like crag and curse and things like that, and a bunch of place names. Right? That's the main sort of stratum of Celtic languages from Old English, is so Kent, Dover, London, York, all of those come through Celtic. I mean, places like York and London go back even further. They're originally Latin names, but they get Celticized, before the Anglo-Saxons pick them up. I also borrowed stuff from Latin, and this actually happens in multiple stages. The Germanic tribes were in contact with Rome before the Anglo-Saxon migrations. So words like cheese and wine and camp, these all come from that continental borrowing period, right? Then after the Anglo-Saxons converted to Christianity, they started to borrow a lot of Latin terms based on, religious stuff. So abbot, candle, mass, martyr, all of those are borrowed in, that early Christian period. I was picking out, random stuff, but Scandinavian stuff comes into Old English, especially late Old English, from the Viking invasions. One really interesting thing that turns out to come from Old Norse, it is not part of native Old English, are the third-person pronouns with starting in th. So they, them, those are Norse, not Anglo-Saxon. In fact, the Anglo-Saxon pronouns start with H, heo. Mm-hmm. Yep. The Norman Conquest. Hey, Crystal, how's it going? The Norman Conquest is another period where we start a major borrowing frenzy. I mean, basically, you know, the Norman Conquest was simply a replacement of the elites in English society by French-speaking group. But the social cachet of that, they weren't large numerically, probably never more than 2% of the population. But the social cachet that French had meant that lots and lots of things were borrowed. Right. And so even, you know, and a lot of the common words, the French words that show up in that top 1,000 or 10,000 are words borrowed in this period. Right. It's, you know, air, beauty, color, flower, all of those come from French. Right. Army, council, science, right? You know, those are pretty common words for us today, but they were structured differently, if they existed at all, in Old English. We borrow more French in early modern English. You know, the French borrowing has been pretty persistent ever since. You can tell sometimes when a word is borrowed into the language by the shape that it has. Yeah, exactly. I picked that one precisely, gondola, although I think they have obviously have in mind the boats when it's first borrowed in. But, by the way, did you guys know that when balcony was first borrowed in, the prestige pronunciation was balcony? And in fact, there are accounts of people like, and balcony was considered the sort of the low class pronunciation, right? Like, you know, oh my God, you don't know that it's pronounced balcony? Balcony Island. Yeah. One, you can sometimes tell when a word comes into the language based on its phonetic shape. And it's particularly interesting when we borrow the same basic root at multiple times in the history. So, for example, I mentioned in the Latin continental or early Latin borrowing of candle, right? From Latin candela directly. Right? Now, one change that happens between Latin and Old French is that the K sounds change to ch. You know, what English would often spell as with a CH. And in that Norman period, the root is borrowed in again for a word that means a candle maker. And as that meaning, it's pretty obsolete these days, but it does survive in somebody's name. And those of you who are aficionados of 90s US sitcoms can probably guess the character that I'm thinking about. Exactly, Kiwi. Chandler means candle maker. Right? Bing. Yes. Then the word... Okay, so then between Old French and Modern French, the ch becomes a sh. Becomes an sh sound. And English borrows it again, probably in the 16th or 17th century, I'm not sure exactly when, for a light fixture in which you put a bunch of candles, and that is a chandelier. Yep, exactly. The same parallel change happens with other words. So you get things like captain, which comes in straight from Latin, meaning head, right? You get, and then it's borrowed in from Old French to mean the head of a group or a tribe is a chief. And then it's borrowed in from modern French for the head of a kitchen, a chef. Yep, exactly. So yep, that cap root means head. But also chief and chef ultimately come, but through French, from the same thing. And we can... I don't want to say a lot about... We could talk for days about etymology and that stuff. We're going to have to postpone the rest of that for a real history of English class. But let's do... I want to keep talking about different processes. Conversion is one. I hope I finished this slide. I might not have. Conversion is basically when you derive a new word form without actually adding an affix at all. So think about these three examples. How is this word different in each sentence? That's exactly right, Kiwi. I mean, obviously the meaning is slightly different too, but think about how are the parts of speech different? Epitheto would be adjective. Mm-hmm. Not silly at all. So, I mean, you got great English skills. Don't put yourself down. So, yeah, major undertaking. Major there is an adjective. It's telling what kind of undertaking it was. She was a major in Phaedra, noun, and then majored in biology, verb. So we've taken the same root, major, and we've converted it. Like, now that I think about it, remember, notice the ed there is an affix, so it might be a little bit missing, but that's an inflectional affix, not a derivational affix. So we're not derived by making it a verb. We're not making it a verb by adding any inflection to the end of it, right? Each of these is just we're changing the part of speech in that for it. Right. Conversion is extremely productive. Sometimes it's controversial, right? We get new uses of these all the time. She chaired the meeting, right? Did not impact our decision. Maybe impact might be too familiar to you that you don't see the problem, but usage guides have complained about impact for probably 50 years. When used as a verb, I mean. I was floored by the response, right? You can see how we create these. And I didn't create a slide for this because it's not pure conversion, but there's one closely related feature where we can make a new part of speech out of a word by shifting the stress of the word. So, for example, you have nouns in English, like two-syllable nouns will be, like will tend to have their stress on the initial syllable, whereas the equivalent verb will have the stress on the last syllable. So think about the difference between a record and to record. Fungible, it means easily convertible. Like money is something that's fungible. You can easily change it from one thing to another. Hey, Mad Raider, how's it going? So that comes straight from Latin, right? Economists talk about impact versus impact. I don't know that I say impact for it, but yeah, fungible is not new, which actually brings up an interesting point. Just because it's new to you does not mean it's a new word. In other words, never trust your gut instinct. Like, you might have just noticed a word, but it might well be, in the language for ages. In fact, yeah, we've got fungible apparently comes into English from the 17th century, but it's in medieval Latin. So funicular, yeah. When we're talking about gondolas, I suppose funicular is an appropriate sort of close cousin of it. There's a linguists have sort of talk about this called the recency illusion, which is the idea that some form that has just come to your attention, you start to notice it everywhere, right? Like you weren't aware of it before, but once you start noticing it, then it's like, oh yeah, there it is, and you pay a lot of attention to it. Tweeted would be a conversion, yes. Twitter, tweet. Obviously, those are pre-existing words, right? But, a tweet, to tweet, makes perfect sense. Right? Although, the bird tweeted probably goes way back. Obviously, its particular use in the sense of sending 140 or however long they are these days, character message, is a very recent development. Quote. Yes. Is quote a Twitter quote? If so, that is related to a word forming process we're going to talk about, like twife. All right. Before we get there, it just sounds cooler. Let's talk about compound words. Right? So what do we mean by compound word? Basically, we mean it's a word that's formed out of two or more roots. Right? Those roots don't have to be free morphemes. They don't have to be independent words, although they often are. Right? Life raft, bedtime, pillowcase, motorcycle. Right? All of those are pretty transparently formed, compounds from ordinary words. These are that first line there. These are the most common kinds of compounds that you have. There are rarer forms, things like singer-songwriter, secretary-treasurer, Alsace-Lorraine. Notice these are words where you're saying that someone is both a singer and a songwriter simultaneously, right? Or we're talking about the region not just of Alsace or Lorraine separately, but the combined region. These have a Hindi term for them that comes out of Sanskrit grammar called Dvandva. But basically, they're sort of co-equal branches, A and B for it. A sidecar is a kind of car, right? But yeah. Now, another distinction that is often made is between endocentric and exocentric compounds. And what we mean by this is, what's the relationship of sort of the root element, the head root element, usually in English that's going to be the second element here, to the whole meaning. So if you think about it, a footpath is a kind of path, right, that you travel with on foot. A madman is a kind of man, right? A greyhound is a kind of hound. The mainland is a type of land. So these are all sort of subtypes. These are endocentric. In other words, the meaning is pointing into the center of the word. But think about birdie or bird brain here. Is a bird brain a kind of brain? Deciding whether to hyphenate or not is a tricky question. There's not really always great evidence for it. You just have to sort of get a feel for it and look up a lot of stuff. Hyphenation is hard. Basically, when new compounds are created, there's often a process that starts with them being spelled openly, two separate words, and then you'll hyphenate, and then you'll close it up. And exactly when that comes is idiosyncratic. There's some general things. I mean, as a general rule, the more accepted the word is, the more likely it is to be closed. However, there's tons of exceptions, and we're going to look at a few big ones in a minute. One easy thing you can do, just as a practical tip for your writing, is in the word processor, just take out the hyphen and see if your spell checker complains. If it doesn't complain, you probably want a closed word. If it does complain, restore the hyphen. It is a reasonably common word in English, but probably not one you hear on Twitch all that often. Yeah, I missed Davey's question, but yes, Santolo is absolutely right. Greyhounds aren't necessarily... It's a fast as fuck dog, yes. Exactly. I used to have a greyhound. It was white, not gray, which shows you how these things can depart, right? But yeah. They are cool animals. He was the sweetest thing ever. Got really, really uptight whenever he was left alone. He'd get really destructive, but like when you were around, he was just absolute delight. Yep. That it is an English word. Now you know. Yeah. So, with exocentric compounds, right, which is the second example here, like bird brain. Notice bird brain is not a type of brain. An egghead is not a type of head. And a pickpocket is not a type of pocket, right? Red eye, I mean, pink eye is a type of eye, but a red eye is a airline flight, right? Paperback is not a kind of back, it's a kind of book, right? So these are called exocentric compounds. They are, pointing outside the head. In other words, the head word, like brain, head, pocket here, does not capture, it's not a subtype of that meaning for it. Greyhounds are not speedy transport. Yeah, greyhounds, Greyhounds as a dog are fast, but they can't carry much. God, watching my greyhound's name was Zephyr. And watching Zephyr in the dog park run, like when he was in his prime, like, 2 or 3 years old, and he would just, like, you see him bend his back and just spring forward, right? And, he would just leave the other dogs would be chasing him. He'd just leave them in the dust. It was amazing. Metaphorical, it can be metaphorical is a possible way to think about it. So, it's often a very predictable thing, right? So, like, the bahuvrihi is another one of these Hindi terms or Sanskrit terms, I should say, not really Hindi, that, describes, depending on who you talk to, either a synonym for exocentric compounds or it's a particular type. But the normal type we mean by this is things that's like, instead of saying it's a type of this, we mean someone has this quality. So a bird brain is someone who has the quality of having a brain like a bird, right? An egghead, their head is like an egg, it's bald, whatever. For it. So, yes, and Zephyr Binns was, I think it was a perfect name for him because he was a gentle breeze, like ran like the wind, but was very gentle. Also a Batman villain. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ellipsoid head. Now, here's an interesting question for you. You guys were asking about spelling and, like, do we count these as one word or two? Spelling is not totally reliable, and this is why it's like ultimately you just kind of have to look things up and see how people are doing it and use your judgment. But regardless of how it's spelled, there are some diagnostics that we can use to decide whether something counts as one word or two, right? And consider the difference in the first one, right? Ignoring the spelling, I don't want to read these out to you because I don't want to give anything away. If you just ignore the spelling or, think about what differences are there between those two green words. A house that is green. Mm-hmm. Right. Can you hear any difference in how you would say those words aloud? Mm-hmm. In addition to a pause is sort of a vague way of putting it. Think about how the words are stressed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have a greenhouse versus a greenhouse, right? So in the second word, the closed compound, it's a greenhouse. The stress has shifted. Greenhouse, greenhouse. Another thing we can tell, so greenhouse spelled open is a house that is green. In other words, green is functioning as an ordinary adjective, right? With a greenhouse, it's no longer, even though derivationally green is an adjective, it's no longer functioning as an adjective. It's now part of a single word. And the stress shift is one clue that this conversion has happened, right? Another test you can use, the word very modifies many, many adjectives, including green. So it would make sense to talk about a very green house, But would it make any sense to talk about a very greenhouse? That's arbitrary convention, so basically the more frequently a word is used, the more likely it is to be spelled closed. Mm-hmm. That's that's a fair alternate interpretation, so, right? But still notice green there is being still used as an adjective, right? A very green house, a very organic house. It is a new meaning, exactly. But still, in terms of parts of speech, it's still being used as two separate words, right, for it. Now, let me ask you, apply that same logic to high school and ice cream. Are those, respectively, one or two words each? The spelling is two separate words. What, with the space in it, is convention. But that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking about the spelling. How do these behave? Do they behave like one word, or do they behave like two words? Use the parallel that we developed for greenhouse versus greenhouse. They behave exactly like one word, right? So notice, a very high school might be one where the entire class is tripping on LSD or something, right? But it is not a very high school. Yeah, no, we don't spell high school. High school is spelled open. So is ice cream, right? And notice the stress. High school, not high school, not ice cream, right? It's not, ice cream is not cream that is ice, right? It's its own separate thing. It's ice cream. Your college had high Fridays, yeah. So you went to a very high school, but that's, it's a college, not a high school, right? Yeah, I mean, you can interpret it's very high up on a mountain also for it, right? But notice none of those interpretations have the meaning of, a school intended for, older teenagers or something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, secondary school. Yeah. It gets a little more complicated here, the stress in secondary school, because you have like primary and secondary stress within secondary, but it's the same basic idea. Now, a lot of historical compounds are no longer transparent. We can't see them. We were looking at some examples earlier, like husband, gossip, these kinds of things. It's the distinction between etymology and productive word formation is a gradation. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not. Yep, high school should normally be spelled, ice cream is spelled two words, high school is spelled two words. There's a space in there. But that's purely a convention of writing. And one of the things I want to emphasize, you cannot necessarily rely on the spacing in writing to tell you what's a word in a linguistic sense. Right? And in fact, historically, spaces were added quite late to writing. If you go read like early, and by early I mean like, classical Latin, ancient Greek manuscripts, there are no spaces in them. They're just writing them out, but it's not until the Irish start writing Latin in like the 6th or 7th century that they start adding spaces into things. And probably, I mean, nobody knows this for sure, but probably the reason they added those spaces was because they were not native speakers of Latin. And so it was hard for them to parse the stuff, that the people who were native speakers took for granted. So no space in Japanese. Yeah, exactly. And really cool is if you go back, way back into like the ancient Greek texts, the capital lowercase distinction is a printing thing as well, mostly. You have early bits of it in medieval manuscripts, but they just had one letter form, 2 different entire repetitions of letters. That seems redundant, right? But in the really ancient Greek texts, they write from right to left and then left to right. So they go sort of in a back and forth pattern that's boustrophodon, ox turning, like like a plow pattern, back and forth and back and forth, for it. But yep, exactly, Mickey. Writing is all about trying to tidy up and tame language, right? Language academies are done for the same thing. So, yeah, so depending on where you're writing it, you're right. I mean, obviously, if it's on some, circular medallion or something like that, yeah, it'll be circular. Spiral writing. Yeah. Okay, some minor word formation processes. We talked about the big ones already. The ones that interest people the most turn out actually to contribute relatively few words to the language, but we'll talk about them anyway. Completely new creations, which have no prior connection to any word, are actually incredibly rare. They do occur, but it's harder than you might think. Right, nylon, Kodak, and quark are some examples that are people usually trot out of these things, right? Xerox, yeah. Except that Xerox has roots that you can do. We're getting there. So, an initialism. We'll get to your question, Sintola, in just a second. An initialism is formed out of obviously the initial letters. We call it an abbreviation if you still pronounce the individual letters. So FBI, NAACP, TV, right? If it's pronounced as a word, it's an acronym. So FUBAR, we don't say FUBAR, right? It's FUBAR. So it's an acronym, right? An abbreviation is usually a shortening of the various things. Who followed me? Why is my chat not showing me who followed me? Thank you, whoever followed me. And sorry, I don't have my follows up, so I missed that. Let's see if for some reason my OBS chat is not working. I don't know what's up. Dow Jonas, thank you, Dow. Thank you, Jonas. Welcome. Appreciate the follow. Yeah. So normally when we talk about an abbreviation is a shortening of something, right? It can be just like the first letter of something, or it can be, part of it. We'll talk about other kinds of abbreviations in just a moment, right? So SNAFU, FUBAR, NATO, radar, scuba. You guys know what all those stand for? snafu, situation normal, all fucked up. NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Radar stands for radio detection and ranging. So notice there, radio, RA, so the RA from radio, you don't necessarily just have to take the very first letter, right? Sometimes you can take parts of it, right? Fubar, fucked up beyond all repair. Fubar and snafu are both sort of World War II era army slang. Scuba stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. AWOL, Jonas, you're right. Absent without leave, right? If any of you have read Catch-22, you'll get Fubar in there. And snafu, I think. Occasionally you run across what you might call a backronym, a reverse acronym. In other words, people take a word and they kind of reverse engineer a phrase out of it, right? So MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, right? Sometimes they'll really bend to make, whatever thing they want to fit, they'll stick in weird parts of the word or, things like that. And you have that. Mothers for drunk driving. Yes. Is that an international thing? I don't know. It was certainly founded in the US. I don't know what its international scope is. DARE, the Reagan era, the Nancy Reagan program to keep kids off drugs. I don't even remember what it stands for anymore, right? The reason why I'm saying, okay, is WLF, if you pronounce it WLF, this is the question. If you say WLF, it's an abbreviation. If you say wolf, it's an acronym, right? Or is it a backronym? Right? Maybe they started with the idea of being wolves and came up with Washington Liberation Front for it. So actually, here's a good example, sort of TLU community example of a backronym. Kim, in a Box 44's t-shirt, the MILF t-shirt, right? Which is playing off of the other MILF, right, obviously. So it's sort of substituting one thing for another. I don't know. WLF, not a perfect example. I was looking for something TLU connected. So. The other MILF, yes. Hey, Krenzo. How's it going? So we also form some words through a process called clipping. So this is like a less severe form of abbreviation where we're not taking just the one letter. Hey, Krenzo. If you missed a bunch of this, it'll be available on the VODs. And, if people want, I don't have a YouTube account set up under my username here, but if people really are interested in accessing this beyond when Twitch will delete the VODs, I will download them and put them up on YouTube if that is of interest. Okay, I will do that. So when we're talking about clipping, what we're saying is basically taking a chunk of a word, right? So the most common kind of clipping that happens is clipping off the end of the word, right? That we refer to back clipping as cutting off the end of the word, right? So doctor, doc, laboratory, lab, advertisement, ad, right? We're clipping it. We can occasionally clip, although it's less common, drop the front part of the word for clipping, right? So omnibus, bus comes from omnibus. Omnibus is Latin meaning for all, right? So it's a vehicle for all. Yes, really so. Yep. A good fat book that contains everything in it. Like an omnibus bill. I mean, these days, omnibus is not used as a vehicle, but it does survive in things like in legislation. You talk about an omnibus bill, meaning a bill that contains everything. It's for everybody, right? Chute does mean parachute. I mean, well, chute has other meanings, but you can talk about pulling your chute, meaning your parachute. So, chute also does have the meaning of the thing which God, I'm blanking on how to define it. The tube thing that things slide down, right? But that's separate. Yep. Telephone, phone, right? At least that one you should have heard, Bins. Right? And so, yeah, influenza to flu. Notice we're cutting off both the in and the uenza, right? Fridge, refrigerator. Yep, that's a great point, Davey. Cell phone, cellular phone. Yeah. It would be too weird in Greek, yeah. I'm way ahead of you, Bins, or Santolo. Like phono instead of telephono. Yeah. So that sounds weird to you. So that's an interesting native intuition, right? Mobile phone. I mean, in America, you hear both mobile and cell phone. It's not. I wouldn't say mobile phone is uniquely British. Yeah, I see. So you get... Makes sense. Yeah, you can't clip things if it's going to create confusion with an existing word. So, in addition to clipping, sometimes you take that clipped form and you add something new to it. We call these embellished clippings. So, the term hated by all Brits, soccer, comes from association football. So, soc, associate, then adding the onto the end of it. All right? From pregnant, preggers. Yeah, footy. Now, Australians love their embellished clippings, right? Barbie. Garbo. I'm sure Bins would have a lot more authentic Aussie example. Aussie. Look at Aussie right there. Smoko. Okay. They just add a bunch of... Yeah. Just add a vowel to the end. It's all good. Puppers. You find that one cringy? I've heard people around this community say puppers a lot. I'm trying to think, is it mostly Brits who say that? Doggo? Yeah. So doggo is embellished, but dog is not a clipping, right? So there you're just adding an extra syllable to the end. Sure. I don't think they say Garbo collector. I think it's just Garbo, right? I look at it as just interesting language variation. Hobo. Off the top of my head, I don't know the etymology for hobo. check that out. So it's not totally clear. Unknown origin. So they've got some suggestions that it comes from a dialectal English, but first noticed in American English around 1890. So basically, we don't know on that one. Could be, or not. Waterloo. Yeah. Probably not. Probably not. Just because it has the origin. So the only suggestion, the only specific suggestions that I'm seeing here out of a credible source are there's an English dialectal word called hawbuck, which is a country bumpkin. And other people have suggested that it comes from just a greeting of people while building the railways in the West. Oh boy! But that sounds like, that second one sounds like bullshit, basically. I mean, it probably does not come from the French word for oboe, right? Like hautbois. That doesn't really make any sense, but what got flagged, Tuffy? I was reading the etymology. Oboe, the instrument. Yeah, I'm just quickly checking etymology. So what we have here, is a word of unknown origin. So. Oh, I see. Yep, that is derogatory for Pakistani. A package store. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a number of U.S. states have state liquor stores. Yeah. Well, probably the spelling. One thing about automod is, one thing you have to understand about racist trolls online is that they will do things like misspell things to try to get around those kind of automatic censorship. So sometimes you get these things that you would never suspect would trigger it just because, there's been a spate of assholes spewing their nonsense in different ways. So, yeah, fair enough, Pierce. Fair enough. Package shop would be post office. Yeah, that's straight up lexical difference, right? But, okay. More minor word formation processes. Blending, right? This is when you smush two parts, parts of two different words together. You don't take the whole word, you don't take it from a regular thing. You take like the front end of one half and the back end of another half, and you squish them together, right? So motel is a motor hotel, right? Smog, smoke plus fog, right? The 1970s, they made all these films that were, sort of cheap, low-quality films starring African-American actors. They're usually called blaxploitation films, right? Black plus exploitation. I saw a funny one a while ago that was spelled Phomance, which has two meanings, right? One is an inordinate love of Japanese, exactly. An inordinate love of Vietnamese noodle dish. Love of pho, yes. And the other is a respelling of faux, F-A-U-X. So a faux, like catfishing, basically, you know, a fake romance. So, yeah. Yep. So those are blends. But I like fomats, although I have a hard time pronouncing pho as faux. But yep, Bins, that is true. Brangelina is a perfect blend. That's a good example. Sorry about that. I just had some pad thai for dinner. Who fucking oodles. Diddly infixation. An hour away from decent Thai food. Oh, Bins, that sucks. That's terrible. So another process that we have for forming words is sorry to hear about that. I mean, this is the great thing about LA is every kind of food that I want is here, and it's good, you know? The rent might be, you know, really expensive, but yeah, New York City. Although I actually think, I mean, New York City probably has more 3-star restaurants, but I think LA probably has a wider variety of like ethnic foods, even than New York. I mean, don't get me wrong, New York has a lot, but I mean, the Asian food around here is amazing. And like, you know, you're not just choosing like a Chinese restaurant. You're saying, I want a Taiwanese restaurant or Sichuanese restaurant, or, you know, Guangdao, or, you know, Western Chinese. There's a really good place not too far from here that does like Uyghur food, you know, like Islamic Chinese food. Szechuan, yes, exactly. That's great, Kiwi. That's great. So nice to be able to get. Chinese American food is, I think, just what it's called. Yeah, like, and the Thai food here, it's not just Thai food, it's like Southern Thai, Central Bangkok Thai, Northern Thai, you know, like you can pick your region depending on the stuff you want. My favorite Southern Thai place is too far for me to go during lockdown, unfortunately, or pandemic, unfortunately. I haven't been there in like 3 or 4 years. All right. So back formations. Now, back formations are essentially when you have a word that has some kind of ending that looks like an ordinary productive affix. And so you sort of undo the presumed process. So, and often it's not obvious what's happening. You have to tell this by sort of historical research. But the word peddler comes into early Middle English without an associated verb, right? It comes into early Middle English probably from pedarius, one who goes on foot, right? So a peddler is somebody who sells, you know, originally traveling on foot, selling things. There was no verb for it. So that ER ending, though, meaning one who does, people looked at that and said, okay, let's just take that off, and we get to peddle from that, right? And so these are the things that we call back formation from it. Peddlers are always in fairy tales. That's true. Words can also come from people's names. We call these eponyms, or place names as well. A pedal and music stationary part. Yeah, well, that's because that's the foot sort of thing. But, that all comes back to that root, that ped foot root, right? Extra racist in blatant books. Oh, dear. So, boycott, maybe you know, maybe you don't know, comes from a man's name, Charles Boycott, who was an English landowner in Ireland, who was such an asshole that basically all of his neighbors got together and refused to do business with him. And this was the first boycott, right? It got its name from that. Sadistic from the Marquis de Sade, right? Sandwich from the Earl of Sandwich, whose addiction to playing cards caused him to invent the sandwich, right? Bikini from Bikini Atoll in the Pacific, right? Hamburger from Hamburg in Germany, right? Lesbian from the Isle of Lesbos, right? Yeah, sure, go for it. Go for it, so. Yeah, I mean, eponyms are kind of fun. Some are pretty easy to spot. Others are, super obscure. What do sandwiches have to do with cards? So the story is that the Earl of Sandwich. So Sandwich is a region in England, right? The Earl of Sandwich loved to play cards. So he would be sitting at the gaming table playing with his cards, right? And he would get hungry, but he wouldn't want to stop to eat a meal. So, and like holding your cards, you don't have two free hands for knife and fork, right? He didn't want to like grab a hunk of meat with his fingers because that would get the cards greasy. So he took the meat and slapped it between some bread to keep his fingers clean so that he could eat and play cards without messing things up. And there we have the sandwich. Okay, couple more processes. I'm just kind of whipping through everything. Sometimes words get formed through what's called folk etymology. So folk etymology applies generally anytime people basically invent an explanation for a word. And you will hear lots of folk etymologies, right? So, and some of them are obviously bullshit, right? Like, you may have heard the explanation that fuck comes from fornication under the consent of the king, right? Which is just such bullshit. I mean, I can't even like wrap my mind around like who would believe that nonsense. But yeah, any explanation of something being an acronym for a word that comes into the language before the middle of the 20th century is almost certainly false, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the king was not giving consent for people to fuck. Yeah, exactly. Pay me and you can fuck whoever you want. That was the idea behind it, but yeah, no. Hey, Scar, how's it going? But sometimes the folk etymology sort of catches on and people reinterpret words based on their assumptions about where the words came from. Right? Procreate, yes. Lie back. What is that, Bins? Lie back and think of England? Is that one of those? Yeah. So when the words actually get reshaped because of these misapprehensions, this is creating a different form of a word through folk etymology. And the one that might surprise you is female, right? This is actually the result of folk etymology. In other words, it is not related to the word male. It comes from Old French, right? Femella, femina. I mean, ultimately it comes from Latin femina, just the straight up Latin word for a woman, right? But with the mel ending, people assumed that it was male, right? Male, female. So you got the two things, right? And so the word was refashioned on that misapprehension. Shamefaced, right? In Middle English, it's shamefast. So it's fast in the sense of being, not in the fast sense of quick, but fast in the sense of being held fast, being held tightly. So if you're bound in shame, that's the original idea behind that word, right? But once that became obscured, people looked for an interpretation of it, right? And you're shamefaced, because it makes sense that, like, you would have shame, like blushing on your face or something like that for it. And you will hear people like misuse phrases or things like that. Yeah, Peeps was nested with sin. Yeah. Probably true, Benz. Probably true. And then the final one, just to mention briefly again, there are not many words that do this, but onomatopoeia is when you create a word just from the sound, right? Hum, buzz, those kinds of things. The pow, exactly. What is the origin of fuck? So it's not entirely clear. There are related words in other Germanic languages that basically mean like to plant a seed, to plow, things like that. So it probably develops euphemistically from the idea of plowing, planting seeds, things like that. I mean, you don't need me to spell that out in any detail, I think. But it starts showing up in the written record. There are no instances of it in Old English, although it's got the right shape to theoretically have been around. I mean, like, we don't know for certain if it's borrowed from, say, one of the continental Germanic languages late, like Dutch or something like that, or if it's if it was just always in Old English but not written down. Because obviously, words for sex aren't necessarily going to be recorded all that often by monks, which is the primary source of, the things that got written down at that time. But it starts showing up in Middle English. There's some really early examples in, there's a guy like John LeFucker in a 13th century name rule is the earliest instance of that lexical thing. Yeah. We don't actually know if fucker had the current meaning, right? Like, was it actually saying like this guy is a stud, or is it a plot, is it some other kind of thing? Kiwi LeFucker. Yeah, exactly. The next really clear evidence we have of it, and it's also evidence that it was taboo by then, is, I think it's a 15th century manuscript. I'd have to go refresh my memory about the exact dates, but somewhere in the 15th century, there's this clerical screed about friars, and it's talking about them fucking people's wives. But instead of writing fuck, it uses a substitution cipher to conceal the word. So you have to do like, it's like a Caesar cipher where you have to replace one letter with another. But so whoever wrote that was sensitive enough about the taboo nature of the word that they were disguising it, for it. And then after that point, it sort of pops up all over the place. I mean, it's less taboo in the older stuff than it is. Well, that's the thing, is we're not totally sure. I mean, like, that censored version suggests that it was taboo, right? But things like John LaFucker and there's a name in London for a region in London where the whorehouses were. If I might be slightly misremembering this, but I think it was like Fuck by the Bow or something like that. I have to go dig this up. It's been a while since I've looked at this stuff. My memory might be, fuzzy on it, but I think it's a little more neutral, but clearly by the 15th century, it's getting, it's taboo to a certain extent. By the 17th century, you see people like John Rochester using it for shock purposes, right? I mean, Rochester talks about fucking in his poetry in pretty explicit terms. So, yeah. I wanted to close, because I've been talking for a long time here. I try to plan these things for 2 hours, but I love the interaction with you guys, and I've been running over every single time, but that's okay. I want to talk a little bit about the role of dictionaries. Talking about No, I'm good. I'm used to teaching, so I can talk for 2 or 3 hours without like destroying my voice. Yeah. Dictionaries, yay! So I want to talk about what dictionaries are, what they aren't, how people use them. And I used to actually give a lecture when I was teaching at on the etymology of the worst words in English. And this was in my history of the English language class. And I would always preface it by saying, I would tell the class, look, I'm planning to give this talk, right? If anybody objects, and this is a totally optional lecture, everybody is welcome to leave, if enough of you object, I'll just substitute. I have a substitute. I have an innocent lecture that I can give instead. But would you like to learn about the history of English curse words? And never once in like the 7 years that I taught that class did I have a single student leave, even though this was like a Catholic women's college that I was teaching at. So. Yeah, Mickey. So back when I was like doing that kind of tutoring that you do on a regular basis, I would sometimes play a game with my classes where I'd bring in paperback dictionaries. We'd pass them out. I'd pass them out, and I would say, "Try to stump me. Try to find a word that I don't know." Right. And it was an honest game because they could stump me. I don't know the whole dictionary, but it was amazing how often they would gravitate to words that I actually knew just because they looked hard to them, for it. But, so what are the kinds of dictionaries that are out there? How do people use them? And how do lexicographers think about dictionaries? So there's all kinds of different dictionaries, but there's a few that you should definitely know about, right? The biggest in English, the granddaddy of all dictionaries, is the Oxford English Dictionary. Right? Now, Oxford has a number of different cut-down dictionaries, but when we talk about the Oxford English Dictionary, we are talking about a mammoth historical dictionary of English, which is intended to capture all of the usage of the, of any significance in writing of English words, basically from the start of Middle English. So they don't systematically record words that only exist, like words that go back to Old English. They'll only give you the history if they survive into Middle English or later. But everything else, they try to document everything. And they give you citations by date of how it was used at various times. And reading through particular entries for various words can be super fascinating. I mean, that's where I learned about gossip that we were talking about before. Right? I've been live for uptime. Yes. Seems to be getting closer, so. Yeah. 8 inches thick. Is that a condensed one, Kiwi, or is that the big 26 volume one? The condensed one. So it's like, yeah, two volumes. It comes with a magnifying glass so you can read it. Yeah. So college dictionary. So the Oxford English Dictionary is the granddaddy of reference dictionaries. It was started in the 19th century. They're working on the 3rd edition now, but like all dictionaries, they've essentially gone entirely online because it's too much work to update the printed versions, and some of these old print entries haven't been updated since they were written in the 19th century. Oh, it works. Thank you, so. Appreciate that. Pretty much every dictionary that gives you any historical or etymological information about English is probably using the OED as its ultimate source. So most of the dictionaries that you have, the college dictionaries, things like that, are massively cut down from that. They dispense with the historical examples. An unabridged dictionary like Webster's is still a massive mammoth thing. They don't give you the complete historical set of citations, right? But the biggest other difference in dictionaries are the unabridged versus the abridged dictionaries, right? So the unabridged dictionaries are trying to include every word that is still has a reasonable call to being classified as current in some way. Like you're going to run across it in a book somewhere that you're likely to read. Even the unabridged ones will sometimes purge totally obsolete words that you've never seen. College dictionaries are more ruthless about what they eliminate. They're really looking for the words that are in active use. They're not going to give you, something that Thomas Brown used one time in the 17th century or those kinds of things, right? Yeah, the OED pre-internet was essential, definitely. Now, how do you all use dictionaries? And by dictionaries, I don't necessarily just mean paper dictionaries. If you use online dictionaries, that's fine. But that's a great question, Tuffy, and I'll try to get to that in a minute. But first, I'd like to hear, like, how does everybody look? How do you deal with like words that you don't know? What's your process? All good. These are all good things. That's nice, Mega. It probably, are you sure it pulls up the OED? It probably pulls up, maybe, not every Oxford dictionary is the OED. But to get access to the OED, usually you have to pay a pretty hefty subscription fee for it online. But yeah, all of these automatic lookup things are great. I do not have a problem. You have it set to one of the Oxford dictionaries. I mean, there's a lot. There's like the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. Actually, one of my favorite that I always recommend to students is the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. I really like that dictionary. It's, if English, especially if English is not your first language, the words in there are defined very carefully with reference to a very core. It's a monolingual English dictionary, but the words are defined very carefully against a core set of words, and they'll give you a special sort of boldface or uppercase thing if they have to use a word that's not part of that core thing. So they avoid the problem. Yeah, exactly so. So they avoid the problem that a lot of native English speaker dictionaries have, which is the definition is more complicated than the word, and you get confused by what it's saying, or you have to reference, you know, like there's a word in the definition you don't know, so you have to go to that definition, and you wind up playing this circular game trying to get everything figured out. So, now, the way you guys are talking about using dictionary, right? You're talking about using a dictionary for figuring out what is correct, right? I look at it slightly differently. I look at a dictionary as figuring out how people use the words. And notice the slight shift in emphasis, right? You know, the correctness is a relative thing, right? Words change their meaning over time. What is correct in one era is not going to be correct in a later era, right? And so, you know, knowing how people use it, knowing how people are going to interpret what you write is really important, right? But I don't like to look at it as the arbiter of meaning. Yeah, Scarlett, that's exactly the problem with these circular things, right? Yeah, they, them pronouns. Well, so we can talk more about this when we get to pronouns, but I'll just say briefly, there is actually a significant history of people using the singular they going pretty far back into English. There's even one instance in the King James translation of the Bible which uses singular they. So it's by no means a modern innovation for it. You know, certainly in the sense of like using they for someone whose gender is unspecified or unknown is really common English. I mean, formal written English has traditionally disapproved of it, but that's changing, fortunately. But yeah, it's Oxford American Writers Thesaurus. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you're getting Oxford dictionaries, like Oxford Press dictionaries, but not the OED. Yeah, it depends on the dictionary. Dictionaries, some dictionaries that are designed for English language learners often so do give you quite a bit of context on usage, right? Dictionaries that are designed for native speakers, not so much, because they're just defining everything. They assume that you know the larger context. So, Advanced Learner Dictionary or something, or the Collins, the Co-Build Dictionary, gives you like sentence frames to show you the patterns that a word appears in, things like that. Yep, every language is different, and of course things will change over time, right? Every language finds its own resources for dealing with new demands in a language, right? So yeah, we got there'll be a lot of time to talk about pronouns when we get to pronouns and covering parts of speech. So we'll come back to that one. Lexicographers, those are the people who write the dictionaries, right? How do they approach dictionaries? They think of dictionaries largely as a descriptive process. In other words, the people who write the dictionaries see their job as going out and surveying the usage. I don't regard it as a wrench, Fierce. I'm totally happy to take digressions and things, because I know these things tend to spark a lot of associated thoughts. And as I was saying at the beginning, there's a lot of different parts of language here that are all interrelated. And so we'll talk a little bit about one thing and you'll see the connection and it'll be there. And I'm like, yeah, I want to talk about this, but there's a lot more to say about the topic. So we'll get there. So I'm happy to talk about it a little bit now, and then we'll come back to this. That's the main thing I want to emphasize, right? Is I can talk a little bit about it now, but I've got a lot more to say about it, and there's a lot more to study about it, and a lot more intricate issues here. And so we will be dealing with a lot of this stuff in greater detail. The question of pronouns and which pronouns to use and all of those things are, both grammatical and social, and all tied up in a lot of different questions. So, lexicographers tend to take the lexicographers are, we were talking about prescriptive and descriptive, approaches to language. Lexicographers are descriptive, right? They see their job as documenting how people are actually using the language. Right? They do not, people might go to a dictionary to say, this is the correct form. How dare you use, accept, like to mean, or how dare you use effect to mean affect or something like that. Right? Well, people or irregardless is not a word, right? How dare you? No, a dictionary writer doesn't take that attitude. A dictionary writer says, okay, this is the word people use. We're just going to document it. Doesn't matter if it's formed through folk etymology or mistaken notion or anything like that. It's, let's see how they are doing things. Okay. Yeah. They do of course they do so. They are tracking, they are basically but a dictionary writers, it depends on what kind of dictionary they're writing also. If they're working on the OED, they're going back to old sources and mining the old stuff, right? But the modern, people working on the modern side of dictionaries are to historians are like sort of the equivalent of newspaper reporters, right? They're taking down what people are using right now, or people writing the first draft of history, right? So literally when they mean figuratively, yeah. If you want to use literally in a metaphorical sense, why can't you use it in a metaphorical sense, right? You know, some people have it as a pet peeve. I don't. I try not to use it that way myself, but it's an if you think about it in terms of hyperbole, it's a understandable sort of thing. I'm literally starving to death. Right? I mean, look, everybody knows you're not literally, in the sense of, in reality, starving to death, right? But it's a, you know, but yeah, people get in their head that there's only one right way to do it. Yeah, rip me. I mean, look, I have my pet peeves about language that I don't like. I try to always remember that's just my idiosyncratic, there you go again, so, feeling. Well, that's the thing, though. You know, like, the line between a mistake and simply a changed word usage is always fuzzy, right? What does it mean to say it's a mistake? Because if you say, well, it's not in the dictionary, okay, but if people are using it that way, it will be in the dictionary, right? In other words, the dictionary was made by recording what people were saying at a particular time, right? And if it's a modern dictionary, it's being updated to reflect the changes in their usage, right? Exactly right. Acceptability is often highly loaded. And in many cases, we can talk about dialect differences, but in many cases, the criticizing somebody's language is all too often a code for criticizing features that cannot be changed, and if you criticize them directly, you would be branded as racist or misogynist or whatever, right? So, so for example, consider the pronunciation of the variant pronunciation of to ask as to ax, right? Can I ask you a question? So, do you have any associations with that form? Arcs. Yeah, exactly, Scarlett. And so that use of literally that's what that is that is a descriptive lexicographer catching up with the way people are actually using the word, not with the way the usage guides want you to use it, right? Yes, Jonas, that's what I was thinking. In America, in particular, axe is often associated with a feature of African American vernacular English, right? And it gets criticized as uneducated, things like that. But the reality is it gets criticized because it's associated with African American vernacular English. In other words, criticizing that becomes a proxy for criticizing AAVE people, right? And the thing is like historically, if you look at that form historically, ax and ask are in free variation going all the way back to Old English. Alfred uses ax. Axion is good standard Old English. Chaucer uses both forms. He uses ax and ask, right? So, to call it uneducated when Chaucer is using it misses the point. It's not uneducated at all. It's a feature of one particular dialect that retains a form of English that has become obsolete in other dialects, right? But so what, right? So that's why the judgment, espresso, those kinds of, that's epenthesis, right? Adding an extra syllable or letter into the middle of a word. Yeah. I like y'all. Even though I'm from Southern California, I think y'all is a useful word. Do you ever say yuns, Kiwi? Yeah, yuns is actually another. That's not a southern one. That's another like Pittsburgh kind of thing. Yeah. Where did you grow up, Scar? Are you like Western Pennsylvania, that area? Yeah, Yuns. Yeah, Yuns is like Pittsburgh, right? Charleston do that. Interesting. Howdy, Toy Story. Yeah, well, that's the other thing is like we borrow these forms because we hear them in the media, so we'll pick and choose. Like y'all, like obviously not a current Southern California expression, but we're very familiar with it. So howdy, things like that get spread. That's how borrowing works, whether it's from another language or from a dialect within a language, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's see. Good question, Tuffy. Lexically, I'm not sure about individual words, but there are some constructions. Dude is dude is more general Western, I think. I mean, the pronunciation you're thinking of, Mega, is like the surfer pronunciation, like the dude kind of thing. But dude itself is a sort of a Western, like cowboy kind of term originally. So Tuffy, there might be a few, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. The biggest sort of characteristic that sets apart Southern California English that I know of is how we talk about naming freeways. Hella is Northern California. It originates in Oakland, although it has spread quite a bit. But unless you spell it D-O-O-D, D00D, maybe. I mean, certainly dude is derogatory, and or dude, I don't know if I would call it derogatory, but it's definitely, I find dude, maybe you don't, but I find dude a strongly gendered term. So, like, when I see somebody referring to somebody who I know doesn't identify as he, him in a chat as dude, it gets my hackles up. I'm like, you don't know that's a dude, so why are you assuming? Yeah. But Wicked, that's good Boston thing. But yeah, I don't see it as derogatory, but it definitely, to me, it implies you're assuming the person is male, right? Dudette is terrible, yeah. But yeah, that's the other thing, Mickey, is I definitely know of plenty of people, and this might be a shift in language, who treat dude as gender neutral. I mean, guy is historically gendered, but has been pushing towards gender neutrality for a long time. I mentioned that I used to teach at a women's college, and I vividly remember the first time that I heard a young woman come into class talking not to me, ignoring me entirely, but talking to her classmates and said, "Hey guys, what's up?" Right? Room full of women were dressed as guys. So that's, it was Mount St. Mary's College in West LA. So, but for me, dude isn't there yet. Although I believe that for some people it is. So if dude is gender neutral for you, that's cool. Yeah. My guy, yeah, you're right. So I feel like my guy is different from guys. It's an interesting thing. So guy is still transitioning. Yeah. The et thing is also has the unfortunate thing that it's not just a marker, it's not just a female marker, it's a diminutive, right? So you're not only marking something as female, you're marking it as tiny or lesser. So, you know. Say that mate is gendered. Interesting. That's interesting. I mean, obviously, since I'm not British, I mean, obviously, I know about mate, but I don't have that instinctive feeling of the how it works in a gendered sense. Yeah, Mickey, the tiny thing. I mean, think about like what else do you add et to? Like majorette. Again, just not. That's like the s and the ess ending, right? Stewardess, poetess, right? I mean, it's just like it oozes condescension. Geezer, yeah, geezer is gendered. Hey, cruise control. Yeah, this is our grammar. Thursday night is our grammar stream. Non-binary. We call him my best mate. First mate. They were cool. Yeah. I mean, so fierce. I think that approach seems like the most sensible thing. Like, like when the signification of terms is sort of up in the air and it's different for different groups, checking with the people who are most affected by it seems to that seems to be the best solution there. Yeah. Actor. So, yep. And look, English has a long history of gendering words, and along with that, it goes along, like the connotations that the words develop say have a lot more to do with the way society views the gender roles, than is necessarily obvious from the bare meaning of the words, right? We were talking earlier about how gossip was, by association with a stereotypically female activity, underwent this kind of negative, reinterpretation for it. And that kind of thing happens all the time. Bro to me, like, that's unambiguously male. I don't see how bro in the current state of English can be anything but like you're a male. Yeah. So being called bro on Twitch just means they're assuming that everybody they're writing to is another guy, right? I mean, you know, they're making that like, oh my god, you're a woman and you're, or no, they wouldn't say woman. You're a girl and you're on Twitch. Shock. Yeah. That would be a nice, we should maybe do that. So like the next time somebody calls you bro, call them sis in return. I mean, Sib is the polite thing, Scar. But, I mean, Sib is too nice, right? The point here is to hold a mirror up to their cluelessness. Sib is funny. I kind of, hey, Sib, how's it going? I don't know. Maybe they might think you're misspelling simp and get offended or something. Buddy, everyone hates it. Yeah, that might be less to do with, you know, there's another aspect there beyond the gender is of false familiarity, right? Like, especially in a work setting. Hey, buddy. I mean, like, if I socialize with you, okay, fine. But if I'm just some guy you work with, it seems like, you know, should be some work boundaries of formality. I mean, depending on the job, for it. I don't know. Maybe it comes with the fact that I'm kind of in senior management, but nobody calls me buddy on a work call. Calling you sweetie instead and you love it. Hey, if you like it, Scar, that's cool. I find sweetie, I don't think I would ever call anybody sweetie. I didn't even call my wife sweetie. I had a terms of endearment for her, but it's not sweetie. Yeah, it seems, I mean, I know, like, I've been called hun and darling and stuff, especially by Southern women. It is a cultural thing. Yeah. So, sweetie, sweets. Buddy, can you lend a dime? Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, who's calling you sweetie? I mean, you know, like, it's okay. So if an older woman calls you sweetie, it's fine. Okay. What if a man calls you sweetie? Yeah. Don't you dare. I mean, the the only way, like, I would assume if a man called a woman sweetie that he's hitting on her. like that would just be my elderly black women call you sweetie. Yeah. The what would happen if a man called another man sweetie? No. At least if they are, sort of cis hetero guys who are buying into the normal conventions of masculine behavior. That's probably true. I mean, I can certainly imagine gay men calling each other sweetie. Um, but it's interesting how powerful the sort of gender assumptions there are that even in, like it feels very hard to get away like from them when you're using words like that. Hmm. Oh yeah, unless you're close. Santolo, absolutely right. And I've definitely heard gay men dissing people by referring to them as sweetie. Like to other people, like, oh sweetie. And you can tell they're just like it's condescending. Hmm. That's the thing. If you think about it, parents, older black women, right? It's like people or somebody who's super close to you and has that super intimate relationship, right? So the people who are not like in our innermost circle who are calling us sweetie seem to be people who are in like an elderly position, older than you, talking down to you, right? Women you've been in love with, right? If you're super intimate with them, sure, right? Um, your mother doesn't call you sweetie. Yeah, mine doesn't either. Oh, it's fine. She's four. That's the thing. Is like, it's very it's context dependent, right? If you call, uh, I mean, there's that the age difference is something. There's age and gender and degree of closeness are all bound up in very complicated ways, right? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, a lot of endearment terms do, if you read them literally, involve a kind of infantilization of the person you're talking about. But if we're close to them, that's fine. That's baby, like whatever, babe. Uh, yeah. So, all right. This has been lovely. I want to leave you all with a last thought on dictionaries. So we were talking about how language changes and stuff. This is from Samuel Johnson's Preface to a Dictionary of the English Language. Samuel Johnson was the author of the first major complete dictionary of English. There were previous dictionaries, but they were largely lists of hard words. So he's an 18th century dude in the old-fashioned sense. And, in many ways a very sort of conservative guy, but he has this really interesting passage from the preface, and I'll read it out loud. Those who have been persuaded to think well of my design, in other words, making the dictionary, will require that it should fix our language and put a stop to those alterations which time and chance have hitherto been suffered to make in it without opposition. With this consequence, I will confess that I flattered myself for a while, but now begin to fear that I have indulged expectation which neither reason nor experience can justify. When we see men grow old and die at a certain time, one after another, from century to century, we laugh at the elixir that promises to prolong life to 1,000 years. And with equal justice, may the lexicographer be derided, who, being able to produce no example of a nation that has preserved their words and phrases from mutability, shall imagine that his dictionary can embalm his language and secure it from corruption and decay, that it is in his power to change sublunary nature and clear the world at once from folly, vanity, and affectation. With this hope, however, academies have been instituted to guard the avenues of their languages, to retain fugitives and repulse intruders. But their vigilance and activity have hitherto been vain. Sounds are too volatile and too subtle for legal restraints. To enchain syllables and to lash the wind are equally the undertakings of pride, unwilling to measure its desires by its strength. A classic definition of the futility of trying to control language. Pretty fly for a white guy. Yes, you cannot tame language. The only language that does not change is a dead language. This has been a ton of fun. I have enjoyed it immensely. I hope you have found it useful. Do they control language in North Korea? A great question.
There was much rejoicing.
Mickey, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. That is awesome. Against the dying of word. Yes. The dying of the light. That's a lovely poem, by the way. A beautiful villanelle.
And there was much rejoicing.
Oh, Bins. Imbibe. Okay, I have water. Thank you, so. I'm out of beer, but I have water. All right. Who is on?
And there was much rejoicing.
Kiwi! Thank you so much. God, you guys are great. None of this is necessary. I'm doing this out of love. I appreciate you guys. You all are great. Okay, who should we raid? Phoenix is playing Last of Us 2. Nikki! Thank you so much for that, giving that sub to Jonas.
Stick a couple of wings on and staple on a beak of your own choice. No problem, lovely parrot.
How long will that take?
Oh, let me see. Friday?
No, I need it for tomorrow. It's a present.
Hey, Walter. No worries. Happy to have you lurking. Yeah, Bonk is doing Hollow Knight. I raid Bonk a lot. I raided Fierce pretty recently. I see Fierce is playing. I have not raided Phoenix. Let's do that. Make sure before I do that she's actually playing. Where is she? Oh, looks like she's practicing Santa Barbara. All right. we will go say hi. Everyone, hope everyone hangs out. And it's been great. I will see everybody on the flip side. Thank you all for hanging out. And next week, we're going to start on the real grammar. We're going to do parts of speech. Appreciate all the bits, the sub. You know, you all are wonderful. Just you all hanging out and chatting. I love it. Talk to you.